Hello Patriot Summit Restored Republic via AGCR updates compiled by Judy Byington. As of Saturday, January 17th, customers of Bank of America were losing their bank accounts as the system failed. Customer accounts were vanishing from ledgers. Money was disappearing in real time as the fiat US dollar collapsed. This was not a glitch. It was a systematic shutdown running through central banks across the globe. To gain back control of the global financial system and country over the evildoers, on Sunday evening, January 11th, Trump gave the green light for the global currency reset. President Trump was also soon expected to invoke the Insurrection Act 10 U.S. Code Section 253. POTUS can send in the military to suppress any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy if it obstructs the laws of the U.S. Way back in March 2019, I outlined the banker connection to the Ninth Circle. As of this month of March 2019, over 74,000 sealed indictments have been acted upon in grand juries. Military tribunals were expected prior to a global currency reset that would return tax dollars back for use of the people. Haven't heard about all this? Again, not surprising. The mainstream media has refused to cover anything labeled Illuminati or satanic, perhaps because their owners were complicit. And don't you get tired of the mainstream media's negative view of our president? I do. But then perhaps I should understand that with 74,000 indictments about to be unsealed, some of them may just name Trump's critics. Unlike the mainstream media, some in Congress weren't afraid to speak the truth. Actually, President Trump's secret rescue of ourselves from the Ninth Circle all started the morning of his inauguration, when the president-elect paid a visit to CIA headquarters. There he declared a war on international. One of the first official acts as president was to put an attorney general from Utah, Robert Huber, over 740 investigators, charging them to look into the vast problem. Since then, most of Huber's over 74,000 indictments filed in federal courts across the nation were said to involve pedophilia, with perpetrators ranging from the general population to leaders in the Catholic Church to Hollywood to political and global elites. Look for articles on Pedogate, Pizzagate, Pedowood. There have been many arrests and convictions, plus a few children rescued, most of which has gone unreported in the mainstream media. We really do have a problem here, or there. Evidently, secret trials and tribunals have been going on in federal courts across the nation and at Gitmo since January 1st. It was estimated that it would take around 2 years to prosecute the over 74,000 cases. There were so many pending that there wasn't enough personnel to handle it all. As of Monday morning, 12th of January 2026, Trump's quantum financial system stands fully operational, ushering in the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Everyone's QFS digital wallets, new digital bank accounts on the Starlink satellite system, are secure, sovereign, and await activation only by you. The global currency reset and revaluation have crossed the point of no return, with Tier 4B notifications flowing through secure channels. Redemption appointments are imminent. Expect 800 numbers and exchange instructions in the coming days, leading to historic payouts backed by gold, silver, and asset-backed currencies under ISO 20022 compliance. You will be individually contacted and do not have to belong to a group. Nassar Jassar principles are manifesting. Massive debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. The abolition of unlawful taxes like the IRS burdens, and the return of stolen wealth to the people through tax refunds and humanitarian allocations. Global Currency Reset, Saturday, January 17th, 2026. The activation of Tier 4B has changed everything, not with noise, but with structure. Nassar Jassar connected on Telegram. What was once dismissed as Dinar Dreams or Zim conspiracy has now become a controlled and classified process operating inside the secure layers of the global financial system. And those who quietly held, studied, and prepared are now being contacted, not publicly, precisely. What I'm seeing now is a move from theory to application. bank screens showing active internal rates, appointments issued through encrypted portals, enhanced protocols verifying both identity and intent, wealth management teams prepared for post-exchange structuring. This is not traditional banking process, it is strategic clearance through layers of security on the ground. Here's what it looks like. Appointments are invitation only. Devices are surrendered at entry. NDA protocols are standard, not optional. Immediate access depends on verified documentation and lawful acquisition. There are no lines, no signs, no press. This is how value transitions in silence without triggering volatility. The rates themselves are not speculative. They are visible to those inside internal banking systems connected to quantum-tracked validation layers. Public Forex remains unchanged because it is not part of this channel. IQD, VND, and ZIM now carry asset-backed recalibration tied to sovereign restructuring, resource leverage, and post-sanction stabilization. Iraq is leading, but it is not moving alone. Vietnam's tiered rollout is progressing. Zimbabwe's asset ledger is syncing with commodity-backed valuation models. This is the reality behind the curtain. Tier 4B is not where the story ends. It is where the public quietly enters a space that has been moving in silence for years. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, Nick Shirley investigation finds a Minnesota healthcare company called Advanced Mobility Incorporated that has been getting money from taxpayers and registered with the state for over 26 years. They visit the location. It doesn't exist. 26 years of scamming Americans. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stuns America by confirming there are tapes of Minnesota AG Ellison taking money to stop investigations into Somalis. I don't want to get ahead of the investigation, but when the bear trap snaps, we will get these folks. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, DHS source says Renee Good was professional Antifa. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, Project Veritas has caught over 2,000 doing election fraud. Now they face 20 years in prison. Saturday, January 17, 2026. In 1913, Satan-worshiping the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and globalist elites created the Federal Reserve, a private banking corporation owned by major central bankers who live in England. It is not a government agency, but is in control of the Internal Revenue Service. This system enables the continuous theft of your purchasing power through a complex web of treasury bonds, Federal Reserve checks, written from empty accounts and fractional reserve banking. When the government needs money, it issues bonds, IOUs, that banks purchase. These banks then sell these bonds to the Federal Reserve, which creates currency out of thin air by writing checks on accounts with zero balances. This newly created currency is multiplied through fractional reserve banking, where banks can lend up to 90% of depositors' money while still showing the full amount in accounts. This results in a monetary system requiring ever-increasing debt. Saturday, January 17, 2026, foreign aid will now go directly to each country. If you want to help a country fund the country, not NGOs that skim overhead, impose agendas, and turn aid into a permanent business model. Saturday, January 17, 2026. Tucker Carlson has revealed that Russia is seriously considering using nuclear weapons against Europe, with the United Kingdom and Germany as primary targets. Russia warns that if the war in Ukraine drags on another year or two, it will completely wipe the UK and Germany off the map. Vladimir Putin is done playing games with the European Union. Shadow of Israel on Telegram. Saturday, January 17, 2026. To millions of Americans, Satanist Alex Soros is the president of the terrorist organization Antifa. He employs trans creatures drawn from the FBI, CIA, Special Forces, and other branches of national security Operating through coordinated Discord channels, at the very top sit the highest ranks, billionaire financiers and powerful politicians. Saturday, January 17, 2026. From the U.S. Embassy in South Africa, the United States notes, with concern and alarm, reports that the Minister of Defense and SANDF defied a government order regarding Iran's participation in the ongoing naval exercises. Iran is a destabilizing actor and state sponsor of terror, and its inclusion in joint exercises in any capacity undermines maritime security and regional stability. It is particularly unconscionable that South Africa welcomed Iranian security forces as they were shooting, jailing, and torturing Iranian citizens engaging in peaceful political activity. South Africans fought so hard to gain for themselves. South Africa can't lecture the world on justice while cozying up to Iran. Rapid Response 47 on Telegram. Friday, January 16th, we have a link to the Geller Report. Deep State Slush Fund 81 traitorous Republicans vote with Democrats to fund anti-Trump Ned targeting MAGA and the Constitution. Saturday, January 17th, Justice Department probing Minnesota Governor Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Frey for obstructing ICE. Saturday, January 17th, watch an anti-ICE agitator is detained by law enforcement outside a federal facility. Saturday, January 17th, boom, war room mode activated. Pete Hegseth terminates deep state contractors, dismantles DEI fraud empire and military industrial complex. A Saturday, January 17th, Gitmo update. Guantanamo Bay detention camp arrests, indictments, and executions for thousands of new ex-elite prisoners. Official documents. Saturday, January 17th, boom. The greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Saturday, January 17th, holy shite. New World Order declared on camera. New World Order. Mark Carney just spoke the globalist curse into existence. Friday, January 16th, medical shockwave. Trump forces Big Pharma to slash drug prices from $25,000 to $2,500. We're bringing everything down. Friday, January 16th, breaking special report. Trump unleashes Arctic strike. Without Greenland, America has a massive security hole.
Your reaction when I said that Timothy Busfield was running a children's theater was exactly the same reaction I had, which is, okay, the same way, like, they become Boy Scout leaders and they volunteer to help at children's charities. And the pedophiles go where children are. I'm not saying Timothy Busfield is a pedophile. He's got charges against him that he'll fight in court. He says the mother is a money-grubbing revenge artist who's pissed that he was the director of the show when her two 7-year-old twin boys were fired from it. That's his story. And he has a star of the show, a female actress, who told the Warner Brothers investigator that the mother said that to her, that the mother said, I'm going to get revenge on Timothy Busfield. And he claims he has a clean polygraph. But that's where he's going with his defense. But we're broadening it out now. And you and I both know the way Warner Brothers conducted this investigation and failed to cooperate fully, in my view, with the police looking into Busfield is par for the course in Hollywood. How did Nickelodeon get away with this for all those years?
I was going to say the same thing about the Warner Brothers, quote unquote, investigation and the Warner Brothers lawyer once this was brought to their attention. I don't necessarily believe Nickelodeon's cleaned up their house. Why would I believe that? There were rumors about Dan Schneider forever, way before this documentary. Way before everybody.
His Great American Healthcare Plan. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on Telegram. Direct payments to individuals. The government will pay subsidies directly to Americans, allowing them to purchase their own healthcare plans and putting more money in their pockets while reducing the influence of big insurance companies. Massive prescription drug discounts. Implements the most favored nation pricing to slash drug costs by 80 to 90%, up to 300 to 500% for some drugs, ensuring Americans pay the lowest prices in the world. achieved through international agreements and tariffs. Voter fraud. Wednesday, January 14th, Edward Snowden. Not a single military ballot matched a registered Michigan voter in the system. Every ballot she inspected without exception was marked for Joe Biden. There wasn't a single Trump vote. The IT contractor and poll challenger at Detroit's TCF Center describes processing thousands of military ballots that appeared suspiciously uniform, each one looking like an identical Xerox copy with no variations in paper, ink, or markings. She estimates handling 30,000 plus ballots that night, many of which were scanned multiple times. She alleges supervisors dismissed challenges and even threatened challengers with expulsion for questioning the process. According to poll challenger Andrew Sito's sworn affidavit and testimony, Sito reported vehicles with out-of-state license plates pulling up to unload boxes from the rear entrance, an unusual procedure compared to earlier deliveries. What followed was even more alarming. Tens of thousands of ballots were reportedly wheeled in on 8 long tables positioned near the duplicate ballot station. Observing the processing closely, every ballot I observed was cast for Joe Biden. Sito states emphatically, noting no visible Trump votes in the batch he inspected. Saturday, January 17th, Corporation versus Sovereign. This is not a theory, this is a structure. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. You were not born free, you were registered. The moment your name entered a state registry, a legal fiction was created. Not you, but a corporate representation of you designed to interact with debt, obligations, and control. This is why your name appears in all caps. This is why courts speak a foreign language. This is why justice feels like accounting. Birth certificates were never about life. They were financial instruments. Human beings were collateralized to support a debt system that could not survive on real value. You did not consent to this debt. You were pledged against it. For over a century, the system functioned quietly. People never questioned why governments needed consent after birth, but not before. Why rights turned into privileges. Why obligations multiplied without agreement. This is because it was never a moral system. It was a commercial one. In 1871, a structural shift occurred. Governance moved from natural law to corporate management. The state became a business. The people became assets that, from that point on, statutes replaced law. Policies replaced truth, and consent was presumed instead of given. Every major war followed the same formula. Finance both sides, drain the nations, collect the debt, absorb the assets. This was never a conspiracy. This was a business model. Crisis was the product. Fear was the lever. 2020 was not a health event. It was a global compliance test. Movement restricted, speech conditioned, bodies medicalized, not to protect life, but to measure obedience and dependence. What followed was logical. Tracking signals, pressure, normalization. From 2021 to 2024, the transition accelerated. Digital systems replaced human judgment. Algorithms began to govern access. By 2026, the system expected full integration through digital ID, programming, money, and permission-based existence. Not announced, assumed, but something broke. Consent started collapsing. People stopped believing without being told to stop. Institutions continued operating, but without legitimacy. Courts lost authority. Media lost trust. Government lost the internal agreement that made it function. This is the most dangerous phase for any control system. Not revolt, withdrawal. You cannot govern those who no longer identify as corporate subjects. You cannot collect from those who no longer consent internally. This is why pressure is increasing. This is why everything feels rushed. The system is not evolving. It is running out of time. Rules change mid-sentence. Policies shift without explanation. Authority demands compliance it can no longer justify. You were never meant to be managed. You were never meant to be a line item. You were never meant to ask permission to exist. This is not a revolution. This is a reversion, a return to self-ownership, a return to a sovereign being. The corporate world only functions with your belief, and that belief is fading. We do not comply anymore. Saturday, January 17th. President Trump has officially triggered NESARA GESARA, the global financial reset we've been praying for. The cabal's fiat slavery system is crumbling, and the White Hats are delivering the knockout punch with the global currency reset. Dr. Scott Young. Key activations firing off right now. All illegal debts wiped clean, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, car loans gone. The people are being liberated from decades of usury and theft by the elite bankers. Federal Reserve and IRS obliterated. No more income tax slavery. We're returning to a gold-backed, asset-backed quantum financial system that's unhackable and incorruptible. Massive wealth redistribution incoming. Prosperity packages, debt forgiveness on a planetary scale, and trillions flowing back to we the people. ZIM holders and currency exchangers. Get ready for those historic payout rates that will erase poverty overnight. Global rollout accelerating. BRICS nations syncing up. Rainbow currencies live in over 200 countries. Saint Germain trust funds unleashing the suppressed wealth. The military is in control behind the scenes. Constitution fully restored, and mass arrests of the deep state puppets are ramping up fast. Trump signed the orders. The reset begins immediately in 2026. Redemption centers notified, gold coins accepted, ETF approvals locked in. The cabal panicked with fake crises, money printing, and distractions, but it's too late. White Hats flipped the script. Quantum system online. NESARA GESARA blasting through every barrier. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The elite's empire of lies is collapsing. No more child trafficking funds, no more rigged elections, no more control through debt. Humanity is stepping into true freedom, abundance, and divine justice. The biggest red pill drop ever is unfolding. Stay vigilant, trust the plan, and prepare. The blessings are pouring out to patriots who held the line. Trump and the military alliance are delivering what was promised. The republic is rising, the world is healing, and the devil's minions are running scared. Saturday, January 17th, the Rothschild Central Banking Hidden Money Matrix. How big banks and big government steals your wealth through the Federal Reserve scam. Mr. Poole on Telegram. There is a 30-minute documentary on how the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and globalist elites created the U.S. Federal Reserve to enslave American citizens and bankrupt our nation to destroy it from within. People are finally waking up to the realization that our modern monetary system is nothing more than a massive fraudulent parasitic scheme designed to siphon wealth from hardworking citizens to banks and government elites, and they have been rising up to fight back. The Federal Reserve, despite its official sounding name, is a private banking corporation owned by major central bankers who live in England. It is not a government agency. Created in 1913, the same year the Income Tax Amendment was passed, no coincidence. This system enables the continuous theft of your purchasing power through a complex web of treasury bonds, Federal Reserve checks written from empty accounts, and fractional reserve banking. When the government needs money, it issues bonds, IOUs, that banks will purchase. These banks then sell these bonds to the Federal Reserve, which creates currency out of thin air by writing checks on accounts with zero balances. This newly created currency is multiplied through fractional reserve banking, where banks can lend up to 90% of depositors' money while still showing the full amount in accounts. This results in a monetary system requiring ever-increasing debt, with more debt in existence than currency to pay it off. A mathematical impossibility designed to enslave us through perpetual taxation. Our founding fathers fought against central banking for this very reason, which is why the Constitution specified only gold and silver as money. Today's system violates these principles, robbing us of our liberty and transferring wealth to bankers who, as a former Banker of England director allegedly stated, own the earth and with the flick of a pen will create enough money to buy it back again if it's taken away. The worst part, our system was all created and owned by disgusting child trafficking pedophiles. This is the system you are all assimilating together to help President Trump fight against and abolish.
News coming out today, January 17th, 2026. As you can see here, coming out on Telegram from Almog Boker, they are reporting this translated into English that in Israel, senior U.S. officials are telling Israelis Channel 12 that the attack will happen. It's only a matter of time. The United States is preparing for action, and this is for Iran. And take a look, actually coming out today, January 17th as well from the live feed, you can see here, former U.S. ambassador to Israel says Trump is going to try to kill the supreme leader. There is news starting to spread that right now Trump, he is still moving military assets to the Middle East, and that even though he has paused and not hit yet, that there are plans to hit. It is on the way, and he is planning to remove the leadership. Now, this coincides with, take a look of what else is coming out just today. Says it's time for new leadership in Iran, and that new leadership might come through strikes on Iran and also through the assassination of the supreme leader. We're hearing also in the last 24 hours, Khamenei calls Trump a criminal. And he is saying that they are protesting the way they are because Donald Trump has put them up to it. And now we also saw them threaten to assassinate Donald Trump. And we're hearing the Secret Service is aware after the Iranian state TV airs Trump threat featuring a photo of the Butler assassination attempt. We heard them say this time the bullet will not miss. Also, we just saw as well a top Iranian general threatened to cut off Trump's hand over a potential military strike. We had heard Trump say, "My finger is on the trigger," to which the Iranian general responded, "Well, we're going to be cutting off your fingers." So threats being issued by the IRGC. And take a look. We're hearing that Trump said that he paused the potential strike on Iran. New reports coming out today that Iran is to crack down on the protests, but it is delayed by a couple of days, but they are feeling the effects of toxic chemicals being used on the protesters. And you'll recall a week ago now, as we're hearing these warnings coming out that the United States is getting ready to attack Iran, Iran had warned that it may attack before an attack is done if it detects that there is a threat on the way. And we're hearing that that is the case right now. So we're going to be seeing how things escalate as Donald Trump has ordered military assets, you can see in the last 48 hours, to be ready for an Iranian attack.
Patriots, prepare. In the next few days, you will see that we are taking back our country. 11.3. The military is the only way. Q. Judy note, the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, deep state cabal, along with certain corrupt members of the U.S. Congress, Supreme Court justices, and former U.S. presidency administrations, uncontrollable money laundering U.S. taxpayer dollars back into their own pockets while keeping citizens and the nation in deep debt. 9/11, the Oklahoma City bombing, JFK assassination, all of which have been covered up, not seen justice, and was unreported by the mass media. The bottom line was this Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia deep state cabal was losing their money supply because of the BRICS nations global currency reset that was being put in place in this month of January 2026. And so we're trying to start World War III. When was it going to end? It was all about the quest for power and glory through Satan worship and who had control of the global financial system. For almost a decade, I've been telling everyone that if Trump really wants to free America, he has to shut down the worldwide network, not just the U.S. faction of the deep state. That's what Trump is doing with the global moves he's making. Trust the plan, FBI Director Kash Patel. Trump and the Global Military Alliance were executing the plan through the Q movement. The Q movement was created on April 1st, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia. who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Today, this battle is coming to an end. Trump Q, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. Christmas Eve, December 24th, 1963, was the day 77 U.S. generals came together, and the plan was born to save the world. 3 months later, 133 U.S. generals became part of Operation Freedom Eagle. 35. You were a witness to a 58-year military delta. By 2014, 22 plus nations and 1,600 generals had joined. Nothing can stop what is coming. QJFK, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. BRICS countries and the Global Military Alliance started with taking back the people's money from the deep state cabal. Their global currency reset and revaluation to gold asset-backed currency seriously began January 1st, 2026. This week, as the new quantum financial system integration completed worldwide, Tier 4B, us the internet group who held foreign currency and ZIM bonds to exchange, notification to exchange was going on right now and imminently for the main group the early part of next week. ZIM redemptions and currency exchanges at secure centers promise unprecedented wealth transfer, erasing decades of fiat slavery and ushering in Jasara prosperity for all nations. Debt forgiveness under these laws will liberate families from burdensome loans, mortgages, and credit obligations. Imagine homes reclaimed, burdens lifted as abundance flows. Prepare for the emergency broadcast system activation in the 10 days of darkness, where mainstream communications will cease to allow unfiltered truth to reach every household. Starlink satellites ensure secure broadcasts of undeniable evidence, rigged elections, exposed bioweapon agendas, laid bare, and the satanic cabal's grip shattered. The Brunson case legacy echoes strongly, affirming rightful leadership restored, as Trump's influence guides the final push against traitors. Military white hats stand ready to maintain order and were set to supply essentials such as food if necessary during this brief period of transition. These events signal the imminent fall of the old order and the rise of a republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution. Have faith, stock provisions, and trust in the Lord's plan. Trump's global military alliance's main goal has always been Saturday, February 6, 2021, before its news. A couple of days later, in the early morning hours of Monday, February 1st, and with the U.S. functioning under martial law, Joe Biden and 464 elected government officials were set arrested and released inside the Capitol Hill area. Capitol Hill had been surrounded in 8-foot-high barbed wire fencing since Inauguration Day, January 20th. Washington, D.C. remained guarded by over 30,000 National Guard troops. Thursday, January 15th, we are officially in the window. Nasara Jasara QFS on Telegram. Today isn't just another date. This is the start of the final calibration zone, where the ledger begins to lock. Instructions tighten and any misalignment gets filtered out quietly. If you're still waiting for a big announcement, you've missed the point. It's already happening, just not in public. What I'm seeing now is subtle but critical. Background checks moving into final sync mode, asset data being cleaned and mirrored across quantum nodes, wallets being pinged silently to confirm stability and identity. This is the testing before execution phase. There are no alerts for this, no banners. If you're verified, you'll simply notice that things begin to respond differently. I've been seeing several people quietly removed from early access lists because of last-minute changes, switching banks, adjusting IDs, or updating their information in a rush. The system doesn't punish, but it does pause. And in this phase, pausing means missing the window. Here's what I've locked in before today. My original ID and document structure, no edits. My asset records and project summary. Clear, honest, direct in my inner circle. Small, secure, and fully briefed. Nothing fancy, just clean alignment. That's what gets read now. Not words, not noise, not emotion, alignment. I'm also noticing something else. The more public chaos ramps up, political infighting, digital emergencies, financial fear headlines, the more confident I am the process is active. That noise isn't random. It's designed to mask the handoff of control already underway behind the curtain. January 15th to February 1st, 2026 is no longer prep. It's transition in motion. Friday, January 16th, Q and Trump, major military announcement. The special ops of all special ops, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, buckle up. News treason just unleashed the mother of all drops. Trump and Q are syncing perfectly in January 2026 with the biggest military announcement yet. The special ops of all special ops is underway. This isn't drills or parades, it's the white hats. Elite forces executing the final phase of the plan. Devolution activated, continuity secured, and the deep state is getting gutted from the inside out. Trump's command is crystal clear. Special operations teams deployed globally, hitting black sites, rescuing trafficked children from DUMBs, raiding elite hideouts, and neutralizing high-value targets. Q drops aligning in real time. Military precision strikes mirroring past deltas, signaling the storm has broken wide open. Venezuela ops were just the appetizer, and now it's full-spectrum dominance. Panama Canal locked, Greenland secured, Iran proxies crushed, Chinese infiltration squads taken down quietly, massive arrests accelerating, real players vanishing overnight, Gitmo overflowing with traitors, facing swift military tribunals. The announcement seals it. Trump is commander-in-chief, directing unrestricted special warfare against domestic enemies and foreign puppets. No more games. Treason exposed at the highest levels. Indictments unsealing, executions rolling. The cabal's satanic network is collapsing as special ops extract the truth and deliver justice. QAnons, this is the moment we've waited for. The special ops of all special ops is the hammer drop. White hats owning the battlefield. Patriots rising with them. Jassara enforcement incoming. Slavery shattered, prosperity unleashed for the awake. Trump leads the charge. Military is the only way. God directing every move. The evil empire crumbles as special forces storm the gates of hell itself. Nothing can stop what is coming. The deep state's panic is palpable. They're running out of time and places to hide. Hold the line, fiercer than ever. Stock up, pray without ceasing. The Great Awakening peaks in 2026. Tribunals broadcast soon. The guilty hang. Freedom restored. Where we go one, we go all. Victory is locked. The storm rages and we win big. Special ops leading the way to total restoration. God wins, Satan loses, stay vigilant. The final push is here.
According to my sources in the executive branch up at the top and also in the Pentagon, I'll just leave it at that, they have been told that if the violence continues for even more than a few days and if it intensifies and if anybody else gets hurt, meaning ICE agents or the general public, that Trump is going to declare the Insurrection Act. And the left is going to call that martial law and call it tyranny. It's been done many times in history. When the local authorities can't or won't do their job, that's when the Insurrection Act is declared. And it was done the last time during the LA riots. What was that, 1990? And so I can tell you, Trump has made the decision, and I didn't even know he put on Truth Social right after I came on here and talked about it. They go, oh yeah, he just said it, 30 minutes ago. That was my sources. I got a call last night and then one early this morning saying, hey, just so you know, the military's been told, be on alert, be ready as early as really this weekend, probably next week. But if they do start, escalating more violence, which is already happening, if it continues to escalate, Trump knows it's his duty, and he's going to move in to Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. And then all the leftist agitators are going to scatter like cockroaches. This is the time when the globalists, when the left will stage if they're going to pull one. And that's the last piece to fall in place. That's what I would do if I was them. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but knowing them and knowing how they operate, all the pre-programming that I predicted, how they would do all this, and even before Trump got back in, I predicted he would win. I predicted this would be their main play. It is their main play because they wrote battle plans on it. I'd love to toot my horn and say, oh, I'm so smart. No, I know John Podesta and then the people in his war game make the decisions for the Democratic Party on the moves they're going to make. And they said they'd do this. And they made movies about everything else. And I know you're like, yeah, we know. Well, does the public know? Does Fox News know? Does your family know? Does all of Congress get it? And yeah, they are getting it. I'm hearing our talking points everywhere, thanks to you getting the word out. And I say our talking points, I mean the listeners, all of us together. And so this cripples their game plan. Now, it looks like they're going to go ahead with it, but it is destined to fail because you did your job and got the word out. So, great job. I mean, I'm not saying this can't get really nasty, but it's all the research, all the numbers, all the polls show this is blowing up in their face yet again. Because in the past, they could operate in the dark and people didn't know what's going on. Now people are wise to Tampon Tim, the Democratic Party, and all these communist scumbags.
Thursday, January 15th, Trump cues secret special op in full swing. The deep state is being annihilated. Victory phases unlocking now in 2026. Mike King, News Treason on Telegram. Trump cues secret special operation is roaring at maximum throttle. The plan we've trusted since the drops began is executing flawlessly. No delays, no mercy. This isn't theory, it's military-grade confirmation from White Hat insiders. The Q operation was the cover for the greatest covert takedown in history, and we're in the final victory phases. Trump is commanding a shadow alliance of special forces, military intelligence, and global patriots that's been dismantling the cabal brick by brick. Sealed indictments exploding into mass arrests. Over 500,000 now active, targeting the worst child traffickers, election fraudsters, big pharma poison pushers, central bank vampires, and satanic elite. Gitmo is overflowing with high-value detainees. Tribunals are non-stop, sentences flying. Executions for the irredeemable monsters who raped kids and sold out America. The Fed on death row. Trump is ending the private banking cartel, flipping a gold-backed quantum financial system, wiping trillions in fake debt, and unleashing prosperity funds straight to patriots. No more IRS slavery. The beast is starved. The special op ramps up. Underground dumps collapsing, black nobility assets seized, CCP puppets in D.C. neutralized, EBS locked and loaded for the nationwide reveal, controlled blackouts hiding extractions, Starlink securing truth, streams against deep state sabotage. Fake alien invasions? Total flop psyop. The global military alliance is crushing Khazarian holdouts, Iran threats, cartel empires all coordinated under Trump's iron fist. Jassara activation silent but rolling. Debt forgiveness, suppressed tech released, free energy incoming. The Republic is reborn. Mike King hammers it home. This is biblical. Light obliterating darkness. God's warriors prevailing. The Q card is played. The storm peaks. Normies waking in droves as leaks flood. Sudden suicides. Retirements, exposures, high-profile names you have memorized are in chains or gone. No escapes, no plea deals. Military justice is final and furious. Patriots, the Great Awakening is victorious. Trump did not return to compromise. He returned to obliterate evil. The pedo rings are shattered. Traitors' tribunals activated. Satan's system collapsing. Stay vigilant. Pray relentlessly. Prepare. The next wave will be earth-shaking. Where we go one, we go all. The secret op is winning bigly, and it's happening right now. In 2026, God wins, evil loses forever. Buckle up. Their total defeat is glorious. Friday, January 16th, February 1st shutdown. Trump freezes all federal funds to 11 sanctuary cities, California, New York, Illinois, and more. No more money for criminal safe havens. Friday, January 16th, Malik Obama is dropping docs proving Barack Obama was born in Nairobi, Kenya, and was thus a fake and illegitimate president. Trump Nation on Telegram. Wednesday, January 14th, President Trump to cut off all federal funding to sanctuary cities and states. Friday, January 16th, President Trump, alongside Treasury strategist Scott Bessent, confirmed that verified gold is replacing fiat currency by February 2026. Voice of 47th President on Telegram. Wednesday, January 14th, federal agents raid Timothy Busfield's New York home after surrender on criminal charges. Washington Digest. Friday, January 16th, breaking special report. Trump unleashes Arctic strike. Without Greenland, America has a massive security hole. Thursday, January 15th, breaking bombshell. President Donald J. Trump calls on Congress to enact the Great Health Care Plan. Direct payments to the people. Big insurance cut off. Thursday, January 15th, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup. Thursday, January 15th, criminal contempt. The Clintons refuse Congress over Epstein probe. But regular Americans go to jail for less. They skipped Congress again. Friday, January 16th, medical shockwave. Trump forces Big Pharma to slash drug prices from $25,000 to $2,500. We're bringing everything down. Video. Friday, January 16th, breaking. Ursula just showed her hand on Greenland, protecting EU control. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Ursula von der Leyen just went on camera and declared that Greenland belongs to Denmark and NATO, directly rebuking President Trump. Let's translate that. This isn't about the Greenlandic people. This is about Brussels panicking because Trump is exposing the Arctic power game. Greenland controls the Northern Missile Corridor, Arctic shipping lanes, rare earth minerals, and the gateway to North America. That makes it one of the most important strategic territories on Earth, and Trump said the quiet part out loud. If the U.S. doesn't secure it, China or Russia will. Von der Leyen's response wasn't to protect the West. It was to protect EU control. She wrapped it in pretty words about NATO unity, but what she really meant was Brussels gets a veto over American security. That's what that is about. Trump isn't breaking the alliance. He's breaking the illusion that unelected EU bureaucrats get to decide the future of the Arctic. Greenland is not a Brussels bargaining chip. It is the northern shield of the United States. And for the first time in decades, America has a president willing to say it. Ursula doesn't hate Trump because he's reckless. She hates him because he won't let Europe freeload on American security while selling the future to Beijing. This is what real leadership looks like.
This morning, the U.S. military is on the move towards Iran, and it appears that Donald Trump is preparing for a strike. Take a look at the latest headlines with me so you can see it for yourself. Coming out today, January 16th, 2026. Map shows the USS Abraham Lincoln's path towards Iran as the protests continue. Also, the U.S. aircraft carrier en route to the Middle East as Iran tensions rise. And I shared with you last night, U.S. sending military assets to the Middle East as Trump weighs an Iranian strike. Sources say we're hearing he is setting up the pieces in place. And yesterday at the UN, the U.S. warns Iran that all options are on the table, that they could strike. Now, take a look at this. Gulf allies, they are pushing to avert a U.S.-Iran conflict amid the protests. According to reports, they are saying, please do not do this. It could disrupt conflict all throughout the region and pull in various different nations. But take a look at this. We're hearing that Iran's exiled crown prince, he has implored Donald Trump to strike. This coming out 3 hours ago. He actually made this plea today, just a couple of hours ago. And we're hearing that right now, as we speak, Mossad director has visited the United States for Iran consultation. We're hearing that there could be plans for a strike in the works, making sure they get all the pieces in place correctly. And take a look. A couple of days ago, I let you know, 48 hours ago, Iran issued a sickening assassination threat against Trump amid the threats of a potential strike. They said this time it will not miss the target, talking about a bullet hitting Donald Trump in an assassination attempt that will be coming from Iran. And yesterday, we heard that Donald Trump said that his finger is on the trigger for a potential strike against Iran, and Iran responded, "We will cut off Trump's hand and his finger." The Iranian generals have responded. So there's a lot of conflict in the Middle.
The fog of war. Not everything is as it seems. Trump and the military alliance are intentionally collapsing the old Iran regime, which are CIA, Mossad, MIG globalist operations. These operations will soon turn into operations that bring down the Zionist, Khazarian Israeli operations being run by the CIA, Mossad globalist operations. Israel is saved for last, Q. Behind the scenes, Iran bombs U.S. bases in the Middle East. It is staged. You must remember that just like the United States is fighting the deep state, so is China, Canada, UK, Australia, Iran, and Israel. Iran contacted Trump and intentionally asked him to bomb U.S. military sites in Middle East. Trump gave the green light. That's why last week, Trump removed all the fighter jets, munitions, ammo, and auxiliary equipment and systems. All of the Middle East military wires and back channels were open, all in communication. Then the war kicked off that is happening now. Here's really what's happening. There was one of the biggest civil unrest events in Iran. The country of Israel and the people are desperately trying to overthrow Netanyahu and the deep state, and we're having their largest protests in history taking place. The judicial system is looking to bring down Netanyahu's corruption system, and his military is completely divided. The same government collapse in Iran is taking place as several different groups. Having been staging a coup for power for a year now, the Iranian people are very upset with the Iran leadership and the government corruption. Their military is heavily divided into factions, and major generals have been plotting to overthrow the government and regime. Both Israel and Iran White Hat's military have been asking the United States and World Alliance for help to end the deep state. And the deep state, cabal operations in their countries. That is why Israel intentionally turned off parts of the Iron Dome and made an agreement with Iran to attack. Remember, they have open communication channels. At the same time, the Black Hat's deep state in both Iran and Israel are trying to blow up all the evidence of servers, data centers, and deep state operations in their countries. They are systematically killing their own military generals and sources who know about the world. Deep state globalist operations with CIA, Mossad, MI6, Carnegie Endowment Society operations with the banking of international settlements, world money laundering operations. The White Hats in Iran and Israel are also staging attacks trying to keep the death rate to minimum. Hundreds of Iran missiles aren't hitting military targets or important Israel command operations and government operations. The Israeli Pentagon that was bombed, including Netanyahu's house, were all inside jobs to destroy servers and telecommunication systems with cabal operations and blackmail. World networks that were on the servers. Both the White Hats and Black Hats wanted a staged war, but with different outcomes. End transmission.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Ian Trottier with us today. He's high stakes treason, how John Brennan compromised American security for millions of dollars. I've been listening to this. I have it on the audio format, Ian, and it is rock solid. You are just crushing it. The information, like I told you before, a lot of us do NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, and we can't really go into a lot of detail about some of the stuff that we've seen and we know about. But you are bringing it out, so I'm very happy about that, because it's basically going to bring down this illegal, crazy system. So thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. It's a pleasure, Michael. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, very, very
You know,
good. Very good. Roger
high
Stone, you
stakes.
want me to read a little bit of what Roger Stone said?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
let me because it's revelatory. Who is John Brennan? This is a forward by Roger Stone. Who is John Brennan, and how did an admitted communist become the head of the Central Intelligence Agency? Many of us had that because I was there when John Brennan was there. It was like we knew that he was a former communist, or still is, I think. Former CIA Director John Brennan is more culpable than perhaps anyone in the genesis of Russiagate. Even though he was fired immediately by President Trump upon his initial arrival in the White House, Brennan sowed the seeds for Trump's destruction behind the scenes throughout his campaign and during the presidential transition. Brennan's subversive stain permeated through Trump's 4-year term and caused immeasurable damage. So it goes on, a few more paragraphs after that. But, Roger Stone, suffered under the hands of the Nixon administration. So amazing that, he's coming out and saying that this is one of the most monumental books that's out there right now. So that's high praise. And I agree.
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I initially, Michael, I had approached General Flynn about providing a forward to this information. I sent it over to him. He was going to write the forward. He got busy, and then I started dialoguing with his scheduler. Just couldn't fit in time for him to concentrate on a forward to this. But and of course, you're talking about NDAs, right? And so he's got to be I'm sure he's got to be very delicate in how he maneuvers this world that he was thrown into, right? Because he's in many ways he's right in the center of the Russian collusion, and so it was actually at an event at Mar-a-Lago, and Roger Stone was there. James O'Keefe, and I approached both of them about the material. As soon as I approached Roger about the material, he said, "Send it right over." Within 24, 48 hours. He shot me a text back and he says, "You want me to write the forward to this?" Now, I hadn't had a conversation in regards to Flynn and some of the other folks, and John Kiriakou is another guy that's written a nice forward to this, and Brooks Agnew is a former speechwriter for Alan Keyes. People that I've relationships I've created with guys over the years of doing my own work, right? And so Kiriakou is a whole other story. But Roger says, "No, you want me to write the forward to this?" I says, "Hold on, Roger." I said, I got General Flynn that's trying to make time in his schedule to write this. He says, "No. You want me to write the forward?" So he like literally he says, "Ian," he says, "No, this guy needs to be tried for treason. I want him. Constitutionally, if you've committed treason on the United States, you're subject to the death penalty, and that's exactly where Stone's footing is. That's what he wants."
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And, you make reference to, some figures in the past, during George Washington's time. We had some treasonous people back during that time frame. And he almost got killed by, some people that were basically disclosing, just like, John Brennan did.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in a nutshell, and let me get a little bit of background for listeners and viewers to understand what came about for me to get involved in this. And it's not like I ever had a target on John Brennan. He wasn't in my crosshairs, if you will. It wasn't somebody I was looking into. It was out of 2024. Now 9/11 is something I've always been skeptical of. All right, we trace he was a chief of staff for George Tenet under 9/11. That's a whole other area. I don't really talk about it too much, a little bit in this book, but I mentioned it basically. But at 2024 CPAC, I was approached I was running a podcast, and this well-dressed man, very mild-mannered, came up to me and says, "Hey, will you do a podcast with me?" He presents a binder to me in front of me, and Bannon War Room's down the hall, huge stage. Newsmax is down the hall the other way, huge stage. And even the small independent guys like myself, nobody's paying any credence to this guy. Nobody's listening to him. He says, "I've been working on this for years, and it's critical national intelligence. Nothing classified." And it was one of my first questions to him, Michael. I said, "Is there anything in here that's classified?" He says, "No, but the problem is people don't listen to me because I'm a former FBI agent, and the FBI prohibits me he says they would prohibit me from publishing this information. And first off, they'd have to give me the okay, and there's no way they'd give me the okay. And as an example, he says I gave a tip to the FBI about this information way back in 2011, and they did nothing about it. And matter of fact, he was working for a private contractor because he left the CIA in 2000, and he shows up to work at Cyvalence is the name of the company, and they says pack your bag. They says, were you talking to the FBI yesterday and submitting a tip about criminality? He says, yeah, I found criminality from John Brennan and the Obama administration. And he says, well, pack your bags, you're fired. So not only does he get fired trying to get his former employer, the FBI, involved in investigating this, but his whole family just ostracizes him. He gets a death threat and he just gets hammered. But as a true warrior, this guy is, he keeps studying this, keeps researching. And in 2021, as a matter of fact, he submits a 25-page letter, a synopsis on the material, the binder that he presents to me, and he gets nobody interested. So I says, wait a second, you're a follow the money guy. And he says, yeah, that's what this is all about. So this guy cashed in, murdering Americans, maiming Americans, and he cashed in on it when he could have prevented it. And I says, okay, that's where, and we mentioned a couple days ago, you and I had some dialogue, and that's where a trigger just switched to me. And I says, look, and I'm a guy that never served in the military. I actually don't even have a journalistic background at all. It's just I see some of these major flaws in the system, and the only way I believe that we can correct this is if the average guy like myself, and like yourself, and you're not that you're average because you're not, you're not an average guy, but we're average people more or less, right? I mean,
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
it's up to us. It's up to us to hold these people accountable. So that's what people are getting. And the point of what I'm saying is that, and I make it very clear in the introduction, that the crux of the information, crux of the research on the former head of the CIA, and as you mentioned, and as Roger mentions in his forward, this is a guy that voted in 1976 for Gus Hall because he was so sick of the system. This is back in the mid 70s, and he votes for the communist CPUSA, the communist candidate for president. I mean, dude, you might be sick of the system, but communism in the United States and a constitutional republic do not mix, will never mix, and aren't ever going to mix. And so this is the guy. This is who we know, who Obama appointed to be his director of the CIA in 2013. But the point of this is that as people go through the pages of High Stakes Treason, yes, it's my work. Yes, I'm the author of it. I've copywritten it. Post Hill Press has published it. But all this information that you're getting, the majority of it, the credit goes to this former FBI guy because he brought it to me, and I'm simply amplifying it. I'm putting it in my own words. But this is years of research from John, and that's his name. I disclosed his name in the introduction. And this is a guy that served over 10 years in the FBI in the DC field office, and I put an award that he received. The FBI thought really highly of this guy, but the problem, he was probably pushing the wrong buttons, and they got rid of him. But I'm gonna we're carrying his voice forward. So in a nutshell, and I'll keep continuing here. In a nutshell, what people are going to find in the pages of High Stakes Treason is basically what I'm calling the axis of communism. Bush referred to it as axis of evil, and he had these different smoke screens as to why to go in Iraq and why to go in Afghanistan and take out Saddam Hussein. And I'm calling those smoke screens. What it looks like is this Al Qaeda, which was a database, the Mujahideen, when the Soviets were fighting Afghanistan, it looks like the CIA created ISIS, and then of course the American troops go in Afghanistan after that. But this database of terror activity is in 1990 is what the Analysis Corporation creates, and Brennan being the head of counterterrorism in the CIA, and then working up. As a matter of fact, before he gets into the Obama administration, he's the president of the Analysis Corporation. TAC is the acronym that is used frequently in the book. Now, this database is critical because after 9/11, the NCTC is created. The Terrorist Threat Interrogation Center is created, and then out of that, and it's Executive Order 13354, Bush, the NCTC eventually has created that. Well, that's John Brennan's baby. That's his creation, and so all of the proteges, all of his people get funneled in to the NCTC. And I'll read a quote which is astonishing. I don't know if you've gotten to it yet or not, and I appreciate you going through it, but in Brennan's own words, this is the power that he was able to create at the NCTC. And keep in mind, formerly it was the TTIC. So the idea, he says, behind the TTIC was that we needed to have some place in the government where all counterterrorism information would reside. The good news, and I'm somewhat paraphrasing here, the good news and the bad news is that the TTIC, then became known as the NCTC, and it still exists, had more access to more information than anywhere in the government, which means he's able to create what are called code word compartments. And that's not new technology. It's been around since the 70s. But he's funneling all this information regarding terror activity. He's monitoring Anwar al-Awlaki. He's monitoring the Zarnia brothers, and he's compartmentalizing all that information. And only someone with a need to know, which would be the person that creates it, would have access to it, which means FBI, CIA, NSA, they're not getting that information. Yep. So he's able to sequester and identify his various terror tracking, the terror threats, and he's able to channel that right into a code word compartment. This is the allegation. This is how we show that he was able to hold on to stocks, right? Because he's the president of Analysis Corporation. Then he was running the NCTC. He's part of the Obama administration, senior advisor on Homeland Security. He's able to hold on to these stocks. And that's a direct conflict of interest. And this is the whole premise of the book, is that he's given an ethics waiver to go investigate the Norway bombing, Anders Breivik, and that's what tips off this former FBI agent. And part of this, what's called a ethics waiver, right? Ethically, he shouldn't be holding on to stocks of a indispensable government contractor, which is feeding him the information to know where terrorists are, what they're doing, who's buying bombs, who's using credit cards, their own credit cards, that sort of thing. He's able to get all that information. He's supposed to relinquish those stocks, and even on this is public, right? And so even on a financial disclosure form, and he's holding on, but he changes the names. There's a woman named Rachel Molinaro, and at the bottom of this disclosure, she's noting that he would be basically liquidating those stocks from a 401k into an IRA. He never did that. We show the SEC documentation. He never did that. He held on to those stocks illegally because he knew Congress would fund the war on terror, right? Which just ended under Biden, but it lapsed about 20 years or so. Congress would fund the war on terror because, well, a terrorist threat. The average American's going crazy. Yeah, we need to defend ourselves. Well, what Brennan's doing is as that Congress funds the war on terror, that stock value increases. And in 2009, the $50,000 valuation of the stock turns into 3 years later, turns into just shy of $5 million. $4.85 million is what we.
Yeah, he was also, like you describe in a book, he was almost going to be a billionaire. And the SEC was like, no, you can't, multiply by that many times. But you also made a very, very good point that when the Soviet Union collapsed, they needed something else to keep themselves alive and keep the funding coming. So they created this terrorist network, pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, there's also some interesting overlapping that I've gotten into recently in regards to what Mike Benz has been talking about, former State Department employee. Now, Mike Benz has looked at a guy, and I mentioned him in the book. His name is Michael Springham. He's a former State Department Springman. He's a former State Department employee serving in Jeddah. Now, what he was told to do is basically, and this is what he was talking about back in 2003. He was talking about giving visas to terrorists, and he would be approached, and he would just say, "Give this guy a visa." He would say, "Wait, why am I giving this guy a visa?" "Don't ask, just do it." And he goes into the Jeddah consulate, and he says, 80-90%, I can't remember what he says, 89% of these people are CIA. I'm one of 3 employees of the State Department. What's the CIA doing controlling all of this? Well, this is the manipulation. It's called a CT intel monopoly is what we use that Brennan seemingly is creating. And that's why before we started this discussion, I started talking about George Tenet and what he may have known in 9/11. What were they doing to allow these terror activities to develop and go off when they could have been preventing it? But the point with Mike Benz, is that he's drawing in Ryan Ruth. Now, this is the guy. Now we know. We know that Trump has been a target of the deep state ever since he declared his candidacy. Even before even when he was starting to look at possibility of running for president, Clinton and that regime were just after that guy from day one. Well, he's an enemy of the deep state because he's showing he knows some of this apparatus they've been able to create over the decades and manipulate intelligence. This is my view, and manipulate intelligence at the cost of American lives. Now, Ryan Ruth, interestingly enough, it seems like he's a contractor for the CIA. He's recruiting Afghani and Iranian soldiers to fight in Ukraine. This is the guy that tried to assassinate the president. And what he's doing is the same thing. He's doing the same thing that Springman is doing in Jeddah, only he's doing it for Ukraine, whereas he's asking for passports to give these terrorists visas. It's the same overlapping. So the question becomes now, and this is from Mike Benz, and I support this. The question is, did John Brennan order Ryan Ruth to take out Donald Trump? Okay, now why would it be John Brennan? Well, because now I spent a week and a half in D.C., Michael. I spent a week and a half in D.C. I walked the halls of the Senate. I walked the halls of the House. I lined up a few meetings. I passed out 100 copies of this book. And people are saying, well, okay, so, follow the money. This is insider trading. It's happening all the time. It doesn't make it right, but it's happening all the time. So there's got to be a clincher here, right? So why is it that John Brennan is spearheading this movement to target Donald Trump? Why would it be that possibly he could have directed this guy Ryan Ruth to take out Trump? Well, because he knows that he's hiding this massive profitability, and that would have just been in one company he probably owned, and that was the Analysis Corporation. This is massive treason if proven in the court of law, which I believe it should be, and it could be, and it will be. That's my belief. We'll see. The guy's 70. This is proven in court of law. This is aiding and abetting an enemy during the time of war, which is the war on terror. That is the definition of treason. This guy's committed treason. He's allowed Americans to die, and this would be the Boston Marathon bombing. He's allowed Americans to die. He's even allowed a NATO ally, right? He's even allowed a NATO ally to be damaged. Anders Breivik, I think he killed 76 people. What we know is that through XKeyscore and the whistleblowing of Edward Snowden, we know that John Brennan could have directly stopped that event from happening, and he didn't stop it because we allege that he knew that stock value was going to increase, and he had a complete manipulation on terror activity globally.
Yeah, and even back before 9/11, the CIA stopped sharing information that they were getting on terrorist communications leading up to 9/11 that could have stopped it. So there again, we have all this culpable stuff that's going on in the CIA for causing these terrorist operations. Very, very similar to during John F. Kennedy's time frame, where they wanted to do like terrorists from Cuba were going to get planes and crash them into buildings in New York, and so they just dusted that off and used that again. But this time they got away with it, and they did it for real.
Yeah, Operation Northwoods. Now let me dig a little bit deeper here for your viewers. There's a woman, and she's critical right now in exposing basically the smear that went on between her and General Flynn. Now Cambridge University. If folks are listening to what Patrick Byrne has been saying, now Patrick Byrne was co-founder of Overstock, former CEO of Overstock, great guy. And he's very liberal. His policies are liberal, but he says, wait a second, there's election rigging going on. There's election fraud. I'm going to stand up for that. So that's in a nutshell who Patrick Byrne is. Now, outside of that, interesting enough, is that back in 2006, Michael, Patrick Byrne was recruited into the CIA by a guy named David S. Cohen. Now, David S. Cohen was head of OFAC, that's Foreign Acquisitions. When the Analysis Corporation went public, they had their IPO, they did some name changes, became Sotera Defense Solutions. It gets sold to a UK financial investment firm called Ares Management. They're based in Hong Kong. That's CCP controlled. Interestingly enough, there's some overlapping here. But John Brennan, the guy that brings Patrick Byrne in the CIA in 2006, Well, he's the guy at OFAC that would have approved that sale to Ares Management, and he just so happens to become the number 2 for John Brennan when Brennan becomes the director of the CIA. So this all kind of leads up to the Russian collusion hoax, right? Which is now kind of unraveling. John Brennan is subpoenaed right now in the South Florida district at Fort Pierce, and I think it's Judge Cannon that's running that. The critical attorney behind that is Jason Quinones. Now, helping Jason Quinones is a guy named Mike Davis. And Mike Davis runs Article 3 Project out of D.C., and I've communicated with him a little bit. I'm trying to get this information to him because if Brennan gets back into a testifying situation in a courtroom or in Congress, he should be answering questions in regards to the material in this book. But David S. Cohen, of course, is critical in exposing that. Now, there's a Cambridge, and I mentioned Svetlana Lakova. There's a Cambridge angle to this, and I'm speaking about Cambridge University. It looks like this guy named Stephen Halper, Halper. Stephen Halper ran the connection between Cambridge and D.C. And what was going on is he's a former FBI and CIA asset. Stephen Halper is the guy that creates or spearheads the creation of the Steele dossier with Christopher Steele. And of course, that is showing that supposedly, which it didn't happen, that Trump and the Russians colluded against the 2016 election to keep Clinton out of office, right?
Right.
Well, it's all baloney. It's all hogwash. Svetlana Lakova is told, and they take they try to smear General Flynn out of this, and saying that they had inappropriate relations, that sort of thing. That was smoke and mirrors. It wasn't true. It wasn't correct. Let me bring it up and dig a little bit deeper for folks to get into this right now. So as of yesterday, there's a guy out of D.C. that says he's very close to a man named Mark Judge. Now, Mark Judge released, and I'll send this to you, Michael. He just released an article on Real Politics, exposing some of these financial connections to this election rigging. And in 2020, that was a flat-out stolen election. We know this. In Belgrade, there was a data center that John Brennan created with the Huawei company. That's Huawei. He created this data center with Huawei. That data center manipulated Dominion servers, which directly affected election results in 2020. So that's also critical to understand because it threads in John Brennan. Now we've got Maduro in Brooklyn, and one of his major generals is over in Rikers. We've got 2 heads of that Smartmatic system that was created in Venezuela that it was a system that was used to manipulate those 2020 elections. We've got those guys in U.S. custody. That is very, very important. Digging a little bit deeper, as I said, and I want to bring back Cambridge. What we saw are Facebook ads running with something called Cambridge Analytica. Now, if we go to the University of Washington, Michael, there's something called the Center for Informed Public, and that's part of something called the EIP, the Election Integrity Project. It looks like it's that facility in Washington that was the spearhead that worked with Dominion not only to rig the election, but also to create something out of Germany. And that's called the Hamilton 68 dashboard. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, so the Hamilton 68 dashboard is something out of a Soros-funded program called the Marshall Plan. And the Hamilton 68 dashboard is basically creating these Russian bots, which are going in and tainting and swaying American average, public usership, but all they are spies. That's it's I'm just listening to this. This is kind of like breaking for me, Michael. So I'm still trying to kind of grab my my brain cells around this. But
Right.
ultimately, the tracks are leading back to NATO. Right now, remember what we say in high stakes treason, and you can get it right now. As you've done, I appreciate it. You can get an audio form and just listen to it. If you want a signed copy, I can give you a signed copy, or you can order it on Amazon. But NATO is who John Brennan sequestered, hid that intelligence regarding what Anders Breivik was doing. And by the way, Anders Breivik, the guy that carried out that massacre, he's using and this is why I mentioned, he's using his own credit card to buy these products, which he used as explosive devices. So he left a massive manifesto and paper trail that we're showing through the programs called PRISM and X-Keyscore, through Edward Snowden at the NSA. We know allegedly that Brennan had control over this intel, this information, and he purposely hid it so that the attacks could happen. I just gave a mouthful, huh? I jumped around a little bit, but I know you followed me.
Yeah, you're definitely moving at a very fast pace. So, I think that you have enough evidence in the book that puts this guy away. And I know you've been talking to a lot of people. You walk in the halls of Congress and the Senate, passing out books, and they're like, well, I don't know. And I know you've been to some very high level sources that could put this out in a bigger audience. So I'm happy that you came to like a grassroots type guy. This is how this stuff gets out there. You've been constantly pushing on this, and this is the way I was for a long time as well. What do you think is going to happen going forward with now that you're revealing on this level?
Well, what is going to happen is, I believe that the information in this book will likely serve as a precipice to get this man indicted, to get John Brennan indicted. I believe that once that happens, I believe that he'll be indicted. That's just there's just way too much. There's way too much information, Michael, against this guy and the wrongdoings, the things that he was involved in his 35-year career. Look, he interviews with Bill Maher in 2018, and Maher says, the speculation that you're doing what you do to monetize, and he says, no, I don't have any interest in monetizing. I spent 35 years in this country. I love this country, dude. What we show in High Stakes Treason is that he did exactly that. Is that he monetized himself at the behest of American lives.
Yeah.
At the behest of, people can Google Boston Marathon bombing, and like one of the first images is a guy with his legs blown off, being carted off in a wheelchair. This is just heinous. This is disgusting, and it's not tolerable, right? As an American, as constitutional Republicans, which any citizen of this country is, because it's a constitutional republic. Doesn't matter if what your politics are, if people are Democrats or not. As people that love this country, and unfortunately, it looks like we're certainly invaded with a lot of folks here that don't like this country, and even folks that are being born in this country don't like this country. It seems, Kamala Harris, it's all. But the fact of the matter is, you've got a guy born in New Jersey. Votes for Gus Hall, votes communist in his 70s at University of Texas, or he just gotten out of Texas Austin. This is a red flag. But this is what I think is going on, Michael. This is what I think is going on in what's called the deep state, right? So Trump has talked about deep state, fake news over the course of his years in D.C., which has really allowed Americans to second guess their trust in the government, and there shouldn't, it's hard to decipher who should be trusted and who shouldn't be, but there's plenty of folks that should not be trusted, unfortunately. And I think what's going on in this shadow government, which is nothing new, you're talking about JFK, and let's not forget JFK wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces.
Right.
And that's a quote that was printed in the New York Times. This is a speech that he gave at the Waldorf Astoria. So he that it was not operating in the best interest of the United States. Now, not to say that every CIA operation doesn't benefit the U.S., doesn't say that every CIA agent is not, doesn't love the country. But at the very helm of the CIA, it looks like JFK knew that there was something awry going on. And we can even go to Eisenhower, right? Because Eisenhower in his farewell address talks about the military-industrial complex. Now, and let me just mention this, because a lot of people critique Trump for going into Venezuela, and thank goodness we've got Delta Force. I mean, who would want to mess with, if you're in China and you're Russia, I don't think there'd be a country on this planet that want to mess around with Delta Force or anyone in the upper echelons like yourself. We train. You don't want to mess around with that. That would be my opinion. I mean, it was so impressive what happened in that operation. But let me state this: we did not go in. We meaning Trump, the folks that support that. Trump did not go in to Caracas and extract Maduro so that the United States could control the oil. I mean, you got one or two options. You either allow Maduro to stay in power and continue to sell the Chinese and benefit that communist regime and the Iranians and the Russians, or you go in and you take that away from them and you control it. Okay, so fine. So yeah, you do go in to control it. But more importantly is the Smartmatic, the voting system that was created by Venezuelans to put Chavez into power and then to keep Maduro into power. You had something like 30 direct line underneath Maduro. They were all billionaires. The 30 people directly under Maduro were all billionaires. They didn't have a middle class. The other folks are living day to day. Some of them, of course, eating out of garbage cans, but there's no middle class in Venezuela.
They're trying to tip the military with, here we're going to give you $50 million, but they're billionaires. It's like, what? That's chump changed us. So he had them all paid off.
Yeah. But that's important, I believe, for people to understand. And remember this John Brennan connection to the Belgrade server, the data center manipulating the Dominion servers. It's a nasty web, and it looks like this fellow, this former avowed communist, or at least communist sympathizer. I don't know that he registered, every presidential election as a communist, but you might as well paint him as a communist as Roger Stone does. Certainly I do. I've never sympathized with any communist policies. That's the guy under the Obama administration. But to answer your question, Michael, I believe that as this gets kind of exposed more and more, what we're going to see is that shadow government, right, that's been operating probably prior to the Red Wave, prior to the McCarthyism, in quietly and slowly instilling their communist literature and policies, controlling the Department of Education under Carter, that sort of thing. This is a multi-decade, 100-year or more rollout to invade the country in a very slow and stealth manner. And look, they've got a guy in Uganda born. This isn't an American guy running the mayor office in New York right now. He's not an American. He doesn't have America as his best interest. He has the people that financed him to put him in the office at the best interest. And these are communists. It's a communist threat to this country. Anyway,
you made an interesting point in the book, and a lot of other people, myself included, have alluded to this, that, we've been pretty much controlled by the city of London for a long time economically. And they're probably some of the people that are supporting people like Brennan, keeping them in power, keeping them safe, that on the judicial and so forth. So you made the point, and I think everybody for a long time has agreed that these people should be arrested. I think I agree. I think they're going to be arrested. But do you think that it's going to be a domino effect that goes all the way back to the city of London? Because that's really where the criminal activity starts.
Yeah. And this is, I'm a big, like I said, this is why this information regarding Brennan, this is why I pushed to get this published. Initially, Skyhorse, Tony Lyons was going to he was looking at possibly publishing it. Post still gave me the contract to get it published. But this is why I've been pushing it so hard. And by the way, the Daily Mail wrote an article on this. It got squashed by their legal department. It was approved by the editor. And New York Post has known about this for almost at least 10 months, Miranda Devine. But New York Post hasn't put anything out about this. And as we spoke before this time, the interview, Newsmax I hand delivered a copy of this to Newsmax. They've done nothing about it. So I'm a big follow the money guy, and you bring up some really important and interesting points. On the Delaware, John Paul Jones on the USS Alfred, the flag that he flew, and people can go into their search engine right now and show this. The U.S. Grand Union flag, that is the first flag. Washington's basically a union that was developing. That was the first flag that was flown. Well, that flag is almost identical to the British East Indies Company flag, and the British East Indies Company was created and was controlled by the Rothschild for a couple centuries. That's, as you talk about, the City of London. The City of London distinction. If people aren't familiar, the City of London controls the monarch. It's not the other way around. The monarch is controlled by a bank that is sovereign and not part of the United Kingdom. That's called City of London. It's formerly initially called it was Londinium. It was a Roman trading port, and William the Conqueror in 1066 couldn't conquer London, but he conquered the rest of the British Isles because he was subservient to Londinium. They financed him. It's remained that way, and that's why they have a monarch. That's why the British have a monarch today, because they're subservient to this Roman system, which is of course City of London. Now, how does that tie into the U.S. Grand Union flag?
Yeah, and if the monarchy gets out of hand, like Charles I did, they'll behead him. Charles I, and then they had the the Civil War between and Britain and Oliver Cromwell, and eventually the British were like, these guys suck, and then they got Charles II back in there. So how much was he controlled by the cabal? Because the City of London burned down in 666, and there's all these different things that basically ties into this City of London thing. It's pretty wacky.
Yeah, but as far as peeling back the layers to that, with the 36, I don't know what the national deficit stands on. This is president number 47. We had one president that left office without a deficit. 1 out of 47. Most people have no clue. And that was Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson ran on the platform and the re-election platform to kill the bank. George Washington, as a matter of fact, he owned shares of the British East Indies Company with his wife. So he was receiving financing. The City of London will stay, it's like a Hegelian dialectic. They'll stay neutral. They'll fund both sides of a conflict. So arguably, King George and George Washington were being funded in large part, and I know some money was coming in to fund the Continental Army by a Polish guy, but in large part, it sounds like they were funded by the same entity, this sovereign entity called the City of London. So it's gone on. It's something that took out Lincoln. If you ask me, it's the reason Lincoln, because Lincoln did the same thing as JFK. He inserted the silver-backed certificates, and they've been so. Trump, and I don't know how much Trump knows. I crossed his paths very briefly. I never exchanged any dialogue with him, but I don't know how much he knows, but it looks like he's targeting the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, people want to talk about constitutionalism. I mean, that's completely unconstitutional in itself. 1913, Woodrow Wilson, right? So if we begin to peel back, and let's say this guy Brennan is held accountable, he's convicted of treason. That would be that'd be my desire. He's a traitor. He's, as I mentioned, I compare it to Benedict Arnold in the book.
Benedict Arnold, yeah.
That is the beginning of Americans to really understand that 12 years in public education hasn't educated us all. It's just basically given us information we need to be good cogs in a wheel. And I believe it will help Americans to realize these threats. And let me pull back for a minute and say, people need to start looking at the United Nations, because the United States funds primarily the United Nations.
Yeah.
And the United Nations does not have our Constitution in its best interest. And as an example, the USAID, it looks like was one of the main financiers of the Dominion voting system. So basically, we're funding USAID. USAID is funding Dominion, yet Dominion's rigging our election. That's like national suicide.
Yeah.
And there's a guy out of Stanford that back in 2016, when I started doing this podcast, when I started looking into the government corruption, there was a guy named Anthony Sutton, and he was a Hoover fellow at he was a fellow at the Hoover Institute in Stanford. Happened to be British born, but he writes a book. He starts talking about Prescott Bush funding Nazi Germany, and he gives a talk in Miami Beach, 1972. That's where I was living at the time, and I started what I call Discussions of Truth. And he gets reprimanded. He goes back to Palo Alto. They reprimand him, and he says, "Well, you've hired me to do the research and show you what I'm finding. Yeah, you want to reprimand me." So he walks away from Stanford. That right there caught my eye, because Stanford, in my history, I've always held Stanford and those folks to a high level. It's a highly intellectual institution. Yet this guy's walking away from that lucrative position, and he writes a book that caught my interest. It's called Federal Reserve Conspiracy, and it goes into this historical lineup of how, like you just said, how the United States and the corporation that was set up to fund the government, it's linked back to London. So Josh Yoder is a guy. He's an airline pilot, and during the lockdowns, he was very vocal about wearing masks. He didn't want people to have to wear masks to travel, and that was one of their goals. The deep state goal is to make us all conform to wearing masks. So I'm in San Antonio, Michael, and I'm talking to Josh, and I'm describing what you and I are talking about in regards to the national deficit, being subservient to a shadow government. What is the shadow government? How does the city of London play into that? Mel Kay's been talking about the Bank of International Settlements now for a few years. I think she's written or she's writing a book on it.
Really?
You'd like that a lot. Happy to make an introduction if you like. And
Yeah, I've done shows with her. She's amazing. Yep.
Yeah. So he says, "Wait a second, Ian. You say you mean we obtained our national geographic independence in 1776, but what you're arguing is that we never obtained our financial independence in 1776." And I said, "Josh, that's exactly what I'm saying." That's exactly what I'm saying. So
I completely agree with that. I don't think we ever broke free from them. I think they've been controlling us ever since. I mean, look at Benedict Arnold. They paid him to be a traitor. So there's been a lot of people like John Brennan. They probably paid to be traitors.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably the case.
Yeah.
Michael, is that John Brennan is hiding the illegal stock holdings, probably because he knew that it was going to get sold to this British entity. But my question is this. My question is, if you historically you're looking at, and if you look at the British currency compared to ours, I don't know if it still is, but the pound was the most valuable currency on the planet.
Sure.
And if we are still subservient to the City of London, as you and I would both argue, I suspect, the question then becomes, what intelligence? And remember, I made that connection back to Cambridge University. There's also a guy named Sir Richard Dearlove that heads something called Crossword Analytics, which is a cybersecurity firm. There's a lot of these hidden strings that are going back to England, and I don't necessarily want to pinpoint and poke fingers at the British, because the British, remember, are subservient to this system that goes back to Rome. It looks like Londinium. And then what is Rome set up over the centuries? Well, they've set up a safe haven financially called Switzerland and Basel. And this is where it looks like the Bank of International Settlements, the World Economic Forum, are able to maneuver all of their transactions globally, manipulate all the central banks globally, including the Federal Reserve that we operate on. And they do that through this very well disguised and created financial apparatus out of Switzerland. So, it's not, again, I'm not poking fingers necessarily at the English, but they too have got to wake up and say, hey, man, you love the king, you love the queen. They're great to look at. They have their beautiful chariots and whatever, their Buckingham palaces and that sort of thing. But wait, dude, I mean, how free are you, right? Well, you're not that free, and you need to stoke and grow that middle class more. That would be my word to the British, and I think the Americans are unfortunately, they're falling victim to that same disguise.
Yeah, and you know they're Londonistan or whatever we want to call it now, and you know they're basically you know replacing the people that are waking up, and I think that's what they were trying to do here in America, and that's what President Trump has basically you know shut down the border and started these you know flying people out of here that don't belong. So that's one of the things that you know they've done over time. They just replace the people get too smart for their pants, you know, create a war and they get destitute and then they start for Lundistan. Yeah. So somebody put it in the chat. So there's definitely you know movement I think to push back on this and you know your work and you know coming on and talking about this it's you're stretching yourself out there. You know this is this obviously you know no one wanted to touch this. You had you know lots of people look at it. You had lawyers look at it, and they're like, "No, we're not going to do this." So there's not a lot of people with you know the cojones these days to you know push this out there. But once it does, it often gets traction that I've noticed. The
Yeah, I mean, I think the statistic that I've read is something like there are 500 million privately owned weapons in this country by private citizens. That's what's standing in the way of us falling to victim to a Mao Zedong type scenario that the Chinese fell victim to over many decades. Mao slaughtered arguably something like 60 million people. He took away all their private ownership. And, you know, people talk about Venezuela and they say, well, why didn't the Venezuelans, if Maduro was so bad, why didn't they stand up to him? Well, because he had a buyback program, because the citizens didn't have guns. They couldn't defend themselves. It's exactly what happened in Cuba. It's exactly what happened in Venezuela. It's happened in China. It's exactly what they keep
and
pushing
Iran
with their
yeah,
psyops.
on and on.
Go ahead.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they keep
stand
pushing
up, but
it.
you're gonna get you know they're gonna get the machine gun. They think that 20,000 people died in Tiananmen Square because they stood up. So it's you know you're not going to go against some of these people. They'll give you a little. We're going to do this, and everything's going to be okay. And then everybody's like, "Oh, that's good." And then to find out later, you know, decades later, like there are in China now, that it's just as bad, if not worse. Then they shouldn't have given up. They should have all just pushed back and taken down the government.
You notice that for your safety, I'm standing 6 feet back, 6 feet away from you. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. What have you got? She says, I'd like to take your temperature before I hand this pamphlet to you. I says, get off this property right now. Get out of here.
Good man.
I mean, dude, you're talking about, yeah, you're going to get a bullet. And so I says, if we allow this crap to keep building, that person, that census worker is going to show up with an armed armed enforcer.
Yeah.
So it's who's going to get the bullet first, me or them, right? And that's where it's coming to, and that's exactly what you said. You know, they don't want to face us. So how many years away are we from their ultimate goal of disarming our republic? You know, hopefully they're a couple centuries because you know our voices will echo and people will get what's going on and reverse this what looks like the tyrannic UN. Pull the UN out of New York. You know, let them go somewhere else. Let them go over to Amsterdam or something. Go into Europe. We should have nothing to do with the United Nations. We have the most massive military. Nobody's going to mess with us. That's just my view. You know, it would take the Russians, the Chinese, it would take an entire gang of those commie countries to gang up and fight us. And nobody's look. At the end of the day, it's guys like you and me that are standing verbally right in their way. And I don't think, Michael, that this John Brennan ever saw. I don't know if he knows about the book. He hasn't responded to me. He hasn't responded to the Daily Mail. I don't know if he had any clue that there was an former FBI guy whittling away at his desk that was trying to get that message out. And John certainly never thought he'd run into a guy like me. So, and I'm just trying to push you. I'm just being a megaphone. That's all I'm doing is I'm pushing the information out there and I'm exposing the fraud that has been conducted under Barack Obama. And more importantly is Zygmunt Brzezinski. Zygmunt Brzezinski, National Security Advisor under Carter, if I got that right, you know, he's he's laying the groundwork to slot in what has been termed to me as a penetration agent, to slot in this communist brainwashed sympathizer John Brennan into the system to be able to centralize all that intel and run it at his own enrichment.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we talk about weapons and so Second Amendment. In Virginia, they're going to ban the sale of assault weapons and high capacity magazines. It's one of the laws they're pushing right now. Started with it was vetoed by Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, but it could become law under the Democrat governor that's coming in, Abigail Spanberger. So it's one of those things they're slipping in. They slip these things in. I remember in New York they were talking about doing. Obviously, John Brennan has been doing some illicit things that basically probably some of the people that I work with over time. And when I was in the CIA and John Brennan was there, I wasn't very happy with him. But it's it's one of those things that sometimes you get good people and sometimes you don't, and sometimes you get people like a lot of us knew that this guy was a really, really bad character. But there's very little you can do. Where do you think the pushback is going to come from the American public on some of this stuff going forward?
Yeah, no, you're saying it just as it is. And Mike Flynn, who I stay in contact with on a very surface basis, but I was active with something called the Reawaken Tour, which he was running with Clay Clark, and Flynn would say, guys, when he would talk to people, he'd say it's got to start locally. Well, if it starts locally, that means grassroots, right? So you gotta make, if you see your community, what I would say, if you see your community starting to sway communists, and you just flat out call it communist. I mean, Gavin Newsom, this guy's so brainwashed. He's so part of that socialist agenda. It's disgusting. And I don't know that he truly realizes it, right? I think he's just kind of played that. He's played into that kind of nook with Pelosi and the Feinsteins and the people that have influenced him over the decades. But it really starts on that grassroots. Yeah. So it's even with your neighbor, right? If your neighbors starting, it's all about the little things. And you've even said it, Michael. It's about guys like you, podcasts like you, voices like myself. That's where it starts. And then the root grows. And it gets bigger, and it's impossible with that Second Amendment, without their ability to take that away from Americans, that they'll never get to this country. In my view, they just won't. They'll continue. The UN will seep in. The NATO will seep in. They'll centralize different agencies. But as long as the American spirit stays alive through the veins of the average citizen, and people need it. The middle class in our country is just, it's vanishing, right? Home prices, just milk prices, car prices, all those types of things, and that's all related to inflation and the fact that we continue to drive this national debt higher, and we're not cramping down on the Federal Reserve. So some of these things that over the past couple of decades are considered conspiracy theory, right? And that's a term that was created after JFK died. Got his head blown off. Those things, conspiracy theorists, well, the more people dig into them, then they'll realize these are fact-based conspiracies, which means there is an agenda to overthrow, not necessarily overthrow, but there's an agenda to bring down this country from inside and from a stealth manner. It's a definite conspiracy. It's not theory.
Yeah, and here's your website for highstakestreason.com. How John Brennan compromised American security for millions. High stakes treason, bigger than Watergate. I agree, much bigger than Watergate, and great information on here. So fantastic job on this. What's the future for you?
Yeah, the future too. Thanks for asking. I've already started on a second edition of this.
Nice.
There's just so much information that's rolling out and developing, and as soon as we start hearing Brennan's name again in the mainstream with the subpoenas, I've already started a second edition. So my goal, the book came out July 22nd. I let Steve Bannon know that I was working on it. As soon as I got the message from the publisher that it was live, Bannon had me on in 3 hours. It's Natalie Winters, one of his anchors that hosts me. He's out in the field. He calls in. He says, "This is the most exquisitely timed release of a book in the history of publishing." That's what Steve Bannon said about that, because Trump had the president of the Philippines in the Oval Office that day, and he called Obama out for treason. Dude, Obama likely was born in Kenya. I mean, this whole notion of this guy being born in Hawaii, give me a break. I don't buy it. He's a deep state plant, and he's a nice person. I suspect he seems cordial, diplomatic. He's got a nice tone to him, but he's a plant. He's a plant for this communist agenda. He's not an American. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I mean, I don't. So what's next is the second edition, and I'd like to have that second edition out for June 22nd, which was when this one was released.
Fantastic. Yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, I highly recommend everybody get this book, High Stakes Treason. It's going to give you a lot of insights. Man, I could, like we talked about before the show, I could go in a lot of depth. A lot of stuff that you've shared that I know in the background is absolutely true. So it's going to be something that's going to change, I think, mankind going forward, your book. So it's going to be very helpful. And, this video, this show, everyone share this like crazy, talk about it, get it out there, because this is how we take them down. This is the grassroots level. And, you're going to work your way up, and you're going to, get bigger, better shows as, this gets exposed. That's the way this works. So fantastic. Congratulations.
Michael, I appreciate it. And what people will get from the way that this book is written is they will understand the institutionalization of the way that the government has been intruded upon and invaded. It's systematic. It's highly intelligent. It's highly sophisticated. It's meticulous. These people are standing in the background. They're not urgent, right? They're not running an urgent. This is a multi-decade effort, and unfortunately for John Brennan, from the allegations that I present, he's left a paper trail. So there's absolutely no reason that he's not caught red-handed. And yeah, so that's the only other thing I would stress people to start questioning the UN.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you start to question it when President Trump went there with Melania, and they started, turned the escalator off, and all kind of crazy stuff. So he wasn't welcome there, even though it's like you said, the United States basically funds the UN. So let's just cut them off. It's built on very unsacred ground. There used to be a slaughterhouse where the UN is. So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For cows.
Cows and whatever. It's an old slaughterhouse site. I guess the Rockefellers bought it and gave it to them to build a UN there. So crazy stuff.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
That's a good one, right? I didn't know that till just recently too. Somebody shared that with me. Oh wow. Hello everyone, it's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Joined once again by Derek Johnson. Derek and I have done several shows over the last several months, military roundtables and all kind of crazy stuff. I really enjoy Derek's insights. He's got a wide range of information that he shares. He's got a great website. If you've never been to it, the 1776. What's the name of that? The documents.info. That's where he's got excellent information. If you've never been there, highly recommend it. It'll be in the links. So Derek, I mean, you've been, really exposing a lot of stuff throughout, a long time. I mean, I just saw a picture where you're hanging out with President Trump, and you're speaking, and President Trump, is listening to you talk to him. So it's kind of interesting to see, that you're having some kind of influence there, because your insights, I believe, are incredible. What do you think is going on right now as far as like the military, coming after the deep state? What do you think is happening?
Well, I keep telling people I know that they think that some of us are, dragging this out, and I'm like, I mean, as long as the law shows we're in a continuity of government, which it does, we're in a partial continuity of government, then there's still some moves on the chessboard that they're still moving about. And, I think a lot of times people think because, someone of your status, a former SEAL team chief or, Colonel Sellers, the other night they asked Colonel Sellers a question. He's like, that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't know that. And I mean, here we're talking about a full bird colonel, right? And I think so many people get caught up in titles the wrong way as well. It's great because you need them, but then you get caught up the wrong way thinking that just because you're a SEAL team, SITS or CIA or that you have all the answers. And I'm like, no, there's no way to know that. If we did, we would never have any conflicts because we'd always have the answers, ahead of time, and we could nip a lot of things in the bud a lot easier. So, but right now it's genius to me what they're still doing because the end goal, I know some people out there just cannot comprehend that liberals or anything polar opposite than you should want to be brought onto the team. But that is exactly what the end goal is. It's never supposed to look like this. I hate the term politics because it was never supposed to be politics. It was supposed to be representatives working for us, the people, if you didn't want to be a representative. And they're supposed to do what we want them to do and what we need them for. And so as population grew, well, we needed representatives. We needed more representatives. And so, I don't like using names, but there's been a few examples out there of some people that I might as well just use one, but look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is someone that says a lot of MAGA stuff, says a lot of your key terms, but actually said something that contradicts everything. Now, some could still be playing roles in a different manner, but at this point in the game, saying that not our war is not what you want to hear from any kind of patriot or MAGA or whatever you want to title it, Republican conservative. So when Mark Levine called her a nimwit, I'm like, Mark Levine, he's in a role like you and I. He's not a congressman or woman, or a senator or anything like that. So he's just a guy who's sitting back here going, well, the Constitution says this, and the Declaration of Independence says this, and he's a foundational character. And he could, anybody can have a skeleton in their closet as far as like he could be being puppeted out there on Fox News, but he's still not a representative. So her saying that, and then you saw Ted Cruz get annihilated by Tucker Carlson for not knowing anything about Iran. And so there's another thing right there. So if you go back to the 2016 campaign, President Trump said that he said it this way, and he pointed at him. He said, this guy right here is the biggest liar out of all of these on the stage. And he was pointing to Ted Cruz. And then he called him Robin Hood. He had a nickname for him back then, called him Robin Hood. He said, this guy borrowed from Citibank and Goldman and Sachs and didn't report it in his reports. So, Goldman Sachs was one of there's a 385-page report on, and maybe more than that, but that's one of them that shows how Goldman Sachs was the key component of the 2008 financial recession. So, that's not someone you'd want to be borrowed money from and then that be on your record. So, all this stuff is still a takedown. And it's teaching people still, though, that like you and I have been talking about this for going on 3 years that I've known you, and teaching people consistency. And then what information you provide them, what kind of information is it? Is it something you can sink your teeth into that's, it's credible? And a lot of these people are they just talk. Now, sometimes talks are productive, perspective, but I've always said if perspective don't lead to a solution, then it's just a bunch of hot air. And so a lot of these people are doing that, and a lot of patriots, conservatives, Republicans are learning firsthand to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And the enemies closer are the ones who talk more like you and replicate you. A friend's going to be honest with you. Hey, Jaco, I don't think that shirt looks good on you, or but can do it in a way that don't hurt your feelings, but still be honest with you. Your enemies who are trying to replicate you, they're not doing that. They're brown nosers and posers, and they're saying everything they can to look the part, and they're pretty good, some of them. So that's what a lot of people are seeing right now with that play out. And then you see like Thomas the Massey, McConnell going, Rand Paul not running again. So a lot of these guys are being taken out, and it's just a continuous showing the continuous draining of the swamp. And there will be a, whatever you want to call it, there's going to be a silver lining in the sky for people, but I don't think it's not a destination stop. There won't be a hard stop day where they go, well, here's everything we did. It's a journey. And it's just getting people to see that.
Yeah, that's. I like how you brought up Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz was vociferously, opposed to Trump becoming president, and really attacked him almost every day, horrifically.
Oh, big time.
And then we had Trump say something that basically was all stop, and then Ted Cruz went away. He said that his father happened to be running around the streets during the time frame where JFK was assassinated, and then it was like whoop, from his end. So we know that a lot of this stuff is basically military protocols and so forth that Trump understands on a very high level. That's why I think he likes to have you around, and you understand this on a very high level as well. The military symbolism, military operations, military law, military optics. You are a master at this. I have never heard of anyone talk in any. I mean, because you even said you saw Colonel Sellers, kind of outside my realm, but for you, you just have eaten a lot of this stuff up and give us really good insights. I think one of the best ones that I liked was during the when Biden came in and they did a military funeral for him, and you basically lined it all out. And I was like, wow, that is absolute. And then I did my own research and I dug deeper myself, and it's like, you absolutely scored 100% on that one. So good job. So we're seeing more of that. A lot of people ask us some very in-depth questions. One of those the other night is like, do you see President Trump as a good president? And I said, I don't see him as just a good president. I see him as the best president in history, and he will probably go down as the best president in history. So, many of us are looking at this as, an incredible opportunity to see this our America transform in a good way. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, and I feel the same way. I mean, he's the Cyrus the Great of our era. People don't realize what Cyrus the Great did. Taking out the Babylonians. There's no way. And I mean this with all due respect to, President Reagan and even Gerald Ford and different people in history. That's why I tell people all the time, quit going by Google research on, Digital Warriors was meant to be like true secret military, true military. Now I'm not telling people not to read and research, but you got to be careful with that. Because it can send you down a spiral and you end up on some wrong people. But it's the bringing up President Reagan and President Ford. There's been good people throughout history. They haven't all been bad just because the swamp that surrounded them. It just was more infiltrated with that, and then they created their own system. But there were some good patriots along the way that thought that they could rally the troops, as the saying is. And when Reagan got too charismatic and Ford did, they fired shots at him. And so, and even like George Wallace, who I bring this up all the time to show people, since now we're kind of getting a fundamental reset. It's not a change, but it's a fundamental reset. But George Wallace was the governor of Alabama, and he made a presidential run. And he was controversial to a lot of people because they didn't pay attention to context in detail and what mattered. He's the one who stood on the front of the University of Alabama. and wouldn't let the black student into the building. But what he was saying back then as governor, he said, I'm the governor. I don't write the law. I don't pass the law, right? I'm to enforce the law. And as the law sits right now, the law says this. And he said, what kind of governor would I look like if I went against the law? See, he didn't stand in front of the building because the female was black or a female, you know, and so a lot of people don't understand that terminology. And if we don't have a basis that we all stand on and the principle that we stand on and the foundation that we stand on, then you can always grasp for straws at any one moment, any one time. It'd be like being in the military and then all of a sudden, you know, some young buck private telling a full bird colonel, you know, what he's not going to do and this, that, and other. I mean, it would kind of be that kind of, it's a parallel kind of principle to look at. And that don't work. I tell people all the time, but hey, there's one place that is real solid on the chain of command and the structure and the discipline is the military, because you do have the guys up here that predominantly go by that. So when you look at President Trump, you know, I've made a case by law that shows that he hasn't really been he had to have a presidential title because of federal laws, but in reality, he's been a choice by the military the whole time as a supreme commander. And of course, you know, when you're talking, you have to be careful with that in another way, but he's a supreme commander, not a king, but he's done everything by the T of the Constitution, but also by our foundation and the Federalist Papers. When you go over and read all these Supreme Court cases that he has filed, and it's numerous petitions, but like the one that when I was in South Dakota and I texted your wife and I said, hey, you got to get Jacko on. Like, we got to do this one about this case that President Trump has filed about SEAL Team 6 specifically. When you go read all other references in these petitions, Federalist Papers are listed all throughout, and the numbers of which ones to look at. So President Trump is the most, like, and I'm not knocking all the others again, but where we are in time, where we are in history, what needed to happen, fundamental reset back to our foundation. He is the most presidential president by our foundation known to man.
Yeah, fantastic. So we saw with Uranium One, Hillary Clinton, Obama, basically they were setting up Iran with nukes, eventual nukes, and same thing with I believe North Korea. So we saw President Trump, walk across the line, shake hands with Kim, and I thought that was like incredible. I thought that was coming, and he did it. I think at some point we may see a new regime. I think it's actually happening right now in Iran, and that's because of President Trump again. So we're seeing this deep state, long-term plans that have been implemented, being thrashed, taken down. They're scrambling. They're in our face a lot of times with some of the stuff, and it's very obvious to many of us. You especially are able to pick a lot of this stuff out. What were your thoughts on President Trump bombing Iran and how that made things start to move in an even faster pace?
Well, we could go with the military response of hell yeah, but but we probably need to go the more informational piece. But it goes back to, it shows the dash 45-47. I try to remind people daily that the whole thing is a visual. It gives you a visual of an occupation, an operation. 45, the dash, and the 47. The whole thing is an operation by unique laws and orders. And it shows when you go back to 2017 through 2020, when all the capitulations took place, it shows what nations capitulated and what nations basically were saying, we want to be a part of world history the correct way. And so many people are, and it's okay in one way, but all the chatter about Israel and people saying, oh, I saw a lot of people calling themselves patriots, like dogging other patriots, saying, oh, you people are going to be sorry. Israel was the one who, assassinated JFK and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, here's the smart aleck in me, but also the guy that says, look, what's more prevalent right now? All right, if you believe JFK is alive, then you believe he's alive, or he lived and he went to witness. If you believe he was assassinated, then he was assassinated. All right, which means he's not with us. All right. So which one's more prevalent? A nation who has nuclear weapons that we absolutely know they have by all general reports, by our generals and President Trump, and also other agencies around the world, or some guy that you know is in our history books, rightfully so? Which one's more prevalent, though? You know, so when you go with that aspect, then you got to outline that. Look, I have it in my book, and you know, I don't. It's just a saying I've heard, but you know, you create a problem, you have a solution to, and that's what the deep state did. They would create problems they already had solutions to. Whether or not they were going to use the nukes or not doesn't matter. They could have escalated it up and then make it look like they saved the day to do what? Stay in power, make more money, sell a book, whatever it may be. So they created a problem they have a solution to, and you have to go back and go ask yourself, okay, why before 1979 were women in style in Iran? They were wearing makeup. They weren't having to wear the burqas. All these other that were forced to wear the burqas. None of those things. All right. So Iran was flourishing just like other countries were. And then all of a sudden, in 79, Jimmy Carter declares a national emergency in executive order. And it's the oldest executive order with a national emergency. It's been continued 44 years, which it was I use the number 37 because President Trump, when he took over in 2016, that wiped out that they were continuing these for deep state reasons. But technically, it's been continued 44 years. All right, so that's what President Trump's solving. And all these people out there who were, oh, no, not our war. If you're a Republican conservative, that really looked bad on you because it shows you haven't studied. Well, if you've heard of us, you haven't studied what's in place that you can know to see that this is most definitely a military operation, military occupation, continuity of government, and then study that to know that. So all the liberals over there yelling that, I'm like, it was, I hate to say it like this because it's not supposed to look like this, but it was your people who established these executive orders with these national emergencies. It was Obama who had the national emergency with Yemen. Where were these people with Yemen? We declared an actual conflict with Yemen on March the 15th to May the 6th this year, and we were bombing them. So no one was, because of Iran being a bigger topic, right? Everybody panicked. And it's like, no, this was an operation. President Trump is wiping out. And to prove it, I've told people before, I know what little service I had in the military. I'm not a war hero. I'm not a decorated hero. I'm not any of that. I know what I did. You don't have to remind me. I'm pretty sure that I know my background. All right. But our oath never expires. It says foreign and domestic. Foreign was not put in there for foreign. It was put in there in 1862, meaning anybody who is foreign to our nation and our ideologies, like the liberals are acting right now, they really could be lassoed up by law for acting like foreign agents. So that's what that's for. And I brought that up to say, when you look at what's going on and then you look at the laws and orders in place, this is the greatest operation known to man. And when people say that to me, I'm like, well, I don't really care, but here's what's going on. And so, the Iran situation, 44 years of that, Obama, Executive Order 13611 was Yemen. Then he had one national emergency, but 4 executive orders in 1 year in 2014 with Ukraine. 3 of those were in 1 month. So I'm like, all this stuff is festered to a point, and here's President Trump. He's ending all these things. And then you have Syria. So Syria was a topic that we were told when I was in not to talk about. All right, because here was Obama, and I'm not going to remind people what Putin said about Obama back then because it's coming out of a white dude's mouth. Someone's going to spin it somehow. But he said some pretty harsh, racist things about Obama way back when. And so Syria is one of those topics that it's finally coming to the surface more and more and more. All right. And there was another nation that we were involved in when I was in. And I tell people, I know what my service was, but I was involved in something that when it's time to talk about, where it don't look like it's about me, because it's not, it's going to allow people to see where God placed me in the world and the path and everything. While I started studying and figuring this stuff out and whatnot. And then I have some key connections to something that also ties in, and they also watch us. There's certain people, and they'll be unveiled in the future. But you know, that whole thing with to do with Syria, President Trump literally just this past week ended all these executive orders with national emergencies with Syria and opened up their market for the U.S. to enter their market. The same thing he just did with Vietnam. When you really think about what's going on, that opens up all of the questions for veterans of Vietnam era who were treated the worst ever. Out of all veterans, they were horribly mistreated. Doesn't matter if they were draftees or they signed up or not. They were all mistreated. We shouldn't have ever been in Vietnam. All that's going to open up the Lyndon Johnson, the George Bush Sr., and all that crew from that era, the JFK Moore files. So as we move into the future, they had to do this delicately because veterans do have a high rate of suicide. And you can't just come in there and dump all this stuff, making like, oh, your service wasn't valuable because these wars were all bullcrap. No, you have to flip it over on the deep state to show it was them and their quote unquote diplomacy, as they call it. They created a problem they had a solution to. So President Trump is the first president to revoke and terminate executive orders with national emergencies of the deep state swamp. All right. And opening up the markets, not terminating them like some did that in the past. They terminated it, but they created something else. He's terminating it and opening the market up, the actual economy and trade market. So Syria added to that, and Vietnam added to that just this week. That's historic. Well, it's phenomenal, historical, whatever the words you want to call it, but it's going to open up and allow also again, not resetting in a bad way, but it's a fundamental reset, not a fundamental change. But it's also going to open up and allow some of this to enter the courts. He's the one that posted just a couple of days ago, reposted again, all roads lead to Obama, and share if you would like to see public military tribunals. So it is prevalent to President Trump. I keep telling people who want justice, they're setting everything up. All right. And they got to set it up for our future. Also, all those checks, like check marks and different things you got to do, like for making sure we never get to this place again. Right. So like accountability, responsibility, transparency, honesty, communication, all the things like you and I know, discipline, structure. You got to have all these things where we can maintain and sustain this. And then we don't have to worry about a group of people festering to a point. We could just find one person who's an infiltrator and go, no, you're out of here, like President Trump showed.
Wow, fantastic. So, Vietnam, the Vietnamese now love Trump. They make statues of him. I've talked to some of these people. It's incredible. They love Trump. You look at Syria. Some people are posting that the Syrians are dancing in the streets for President Trump. So something's up. President Trump obviously is making a difference. Now, when I left the military, it was still under Bush. And then a little while later, I started working for the CIA, and it was under Obama. And I went to all these countries that we're having problems with now. And I can tell you that Iran was the problem. And we know that the people of Iran were about, during that Arab Spring, they're ready to, like, all these countries are going down. We're gonna go off too. We're gonna get rid of our, evil, group. And Obama didn't back them. They needed someone to back them because they have Hamas and Hezbollah will come in, and two other Iranian, groups that, I've had to deal with those people in Afghanistan, Iranians, all these. Iran, it's every place I went. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Lebanon, all of those, Libya, all of those places, you could see the mark of Obama's, screwing everything up. Obama and Clinton. right? They were screwing up the whole Middle East, and now Trump's cleaning it up, and the liberals are fighting him the whole way. It's crazy to me.
Well, what's funny was just this past week, I had posted, I was re-channeling what you and I talked about in our podcast on that. And I put up this post, and you can only put 4 photos up on True Social, just same thing as X. And so I was trying to get it all in one. And I saw a message come through on my Facebook. It just so happened to see a notification that says your True Social's not showing up. I was like, uh-oh, because it had nothing to do with location and if you had service or not. So I looked on there, and sure enough, they had deleted it, my profile. And so I text Siggy really fast, and I said, hey, and I shot her the screenshot, and she's like, I'm on it. And so she loops me in, and I haven't told who it is yet, but she looped me in on a group text, and he's like, all right. He right to Devin Nunes, and it wasn't. I mean, I don't know, because I was driving. I pulled over because trying to focus, and it wasn't probably 30 seconds, and I pulled down the like the refresh, and it was back up. And so I screenshot it, and I was like, oh, back up. Thank you so much. Like, this is awesome. And he goes, I'm just, repeating. He was like, holy shit, that was quick. Like, it was quicker than what he thought was going to happen. And so it was kind of funny. And I said, well, and I told Siggy, I said, well, I'm not a publicity person. I don't even, coming out of country music, you know the term publicity, and there's ways to seek good publicity, and there's negative publicity, and there's negative that you can do on your own if you don't care about it, and then there's negative that was brought on to you, and you learn to live with it. But I was like, I told her, I said, well, shows I'm directly over the target, because I said the last thing I posted, was this, and she was like, holy, of course, Siggy don't care where we are. You could be in the most formal ever, and she's going to drop an F-bomb or whatever. And don't care. One time she said that while I was standing around, and President Trump was there, and she dropped the bomb. I mean, like right in front of everybody. And he goes, see why I keep her around? I love her. I tell people all the time, like, he loves that stuff. He loves when you're just passionate, but also don't care. It's like, okay, there's 7 forks and 5 spoons, and you skip them. He loves that, right? It's like, so, but I had posted the Obama, Gaddafi, and also Osama. And I said, look, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's coming, because President Trump is going back through all roads lead to Obama. He put up the photo of President Trump. He put up the photo of Obama standing over the cash pile, and says the 1.7 billion. So I'm like, he's putting this back up again. All right. And then the all roads lead to Obama photo on the bottom of it was the one that said share if you'd like to see public military tribunals. So I'm like, this is President Trump's official page. So I said, he's starting this again. And with the Iran situation, that's your executive order 12170 by Carter. So he's finishing that. And talk about regime change. Well, they're getting that stirred up out there. So when you see what comes in the future, and the Abraham Accords, Syria doing what they're doing, Qatar, and all the other different countries who are working right now on everything, I said there's a lot more Abraham Accords countries coming in, and you'll start seeing that. But you're also going to see the justice part, because in that March 19, 2024. It was 4 months before the quote unquote assassination, which we all know, anybody that knows it can study it. It's all special operations in the 2016 unconventional warfare. And so that case is, that's going to be of the future when I don't know when they're going to show it, but that case, when it says, can a president order SEAL Team 6? And that's the one that I text Jaco's sweet wife, and I said, hey, you got to get him on ASAP. And let's do a show on this before anybody else gets it, because this man right here is the one that needs to be talking about it, because SEAL Team 6, the last time SEAL Team 6 that I know of was involved with anything with the president, public, was Osama. And that was May the 2nd, 2011. And 5 months later, Gaddafi. And if you go to Wikipedia, which I don't highly recommend sometimes, but sometimes they're pretty accurate, and the term with Gaddafi is assassinated. Well, that's going to open a massive can of worms with this, because one of the key, it's like 3 amici curiae, which are friends of the court. One of them is General Keith Kellogg in this petition, which gives me chills every time I think about that, because President Trump has highlighted him all along the way. He's also the author of the 2017 National Security Strategy, which is the most recent and last one posted on the Department of Defense. They don't have Biden's 2022 up. And let's be honest, it's 2025. There's plenty of time for them to put a little emoji picture up on that site if Biden was real and president, and also, recognized by the DOD and the military. So that case specifically says not only there's a 3 amici curiae, but it also says multiple leaders and senior executives astounding no. So that's going to open a massive case for not only Obama, but Hillary Rodham Clinton with Benghazi, Libya, because of Gaddafi. And he's the one that stood there in front of all those leaders. It's all recorded. And he was mocked and laughed. And he said the United States is going to do, and he was talking about the old United States. He was talking about the 2016, ladies and gentlemen, and prior. He said the United States, it will do the same thing to you that they did to Saddam Hussein. All right. And if you don't get chills over that, and he stood there and told him that, and the former leader of Syria that fled, he was the one they showed laughing at him. So this was a massive military operation, and there's no way President Trump did this as a regular president. And it required multiple strategic layers of plans by the likes of JACO and different people on that caliber, with the mindsets and the history that Colonel Sellers and Lieutenant Colonel Bosey and Major Jim O'Connor's. I mean, this was a strategic plan that had every checkpoint, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all kinds of flanks. If something happens here, we can do this. If this happens, we can do that. I don't know, man. It's hard to describe what we're living through. It really is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You're doing a good job of describing it. So I appreciate your insights. One of the things that I like to look at is long term, what this looks like in the future. It looks like to me that the United States will be the superpower of history. Everybody's going to look back and say it was because of the United States under President Trump that the whole world was turned around. Now, one of those I think that's working with Trump is President Putin, and I think they're kind of like in the background. President Trump comes in and says, "All right, I'll stop this war. Let me see Zelensky." Zelensky comes in. Zelensky's like, "No, I'm not going to stop the war," and he runs to the UK, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll back you if they're not going to back you." So it was exposed. Everybody whined and said, "You said you would stop it the first day." Well, I can't stop it if you have, the president of Ukraine saying that he's going to continue the war. He's not going to deal. And I'm a man that likes to deal. And if they're not going to deal, then we're going to move forward. And we're going to cut off aid. So that's what Trump has done. He's cut off aid to Ukraine. NATO, the other NATO members, they don't have enough to keep this war going. And, as we're talking, Russia is steamrolling over Ukraine, just decimating their military, which I think they're going to continue to do. And eventually, just like Putin said, Ukraine is part of Russian history, and we will have Ukraine. So you're going to do that. What are your thoughts on that little deception? I think that's going on. People think that Trump is not supporting Ukraine. We even Congress that wasn't going to vote on the big beautiful bill because there wasn't enough money in it for Ukraine. So it's sickening to me. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's the whole operation, the whole going back to the July 16, 2018 soccer ball. Going back to history first, people need to know a little of that history. It's the old school tactic of divide and conquer, right? It was part of their strategic plan to divide up all these nations. Who gave them the right? Who gave all these people And of course, a lot of them are dead and gone now. But who gave them the right to go in there and divide up the Soviet Union? So there's that straight up. And it's the old divide and conquer. And then they say, well, you can be this kind of nation with this kind of government. You can be this one and that. So they all set this up, all the swamp. So a lot of people need to go back to that. And then, it's hard to really talk about it without, using Reagan and Bush too, because, but then you kind of have to. And President Trump's been real delicate around that with President Reagan because he did like him. But it shows really the lobbyists and all the people back here. I tell people all the time, the ones that have the guns on you back here, until you are in that position as a senator, congressman, representative, whatever you are, until you are in that position, you don't really know what you would do. And a lot of these people thought they could get in, and it would be one or two here and there that had the strong voices, and then they would get quelled really quick, and then the swamp just kept going. So, when you look back at 89, you look at the Cold War, you look at all the things that have led up to now. I remind people, Putin was not president from 2008 to 2012. He was prime minister, so he still knew some things and knew he could have known all, but he wasn't president. That's when Obama and Hillary and Biden, they were really making a lot of their moves during that time period. And so, there was a new date put on this war because when President Trump does solve all this, everybody from 2021 back are not going to be able to claim that they were a part of this. So, the war really started in 2014. You could make a case before that, but it really started on history books in 2014. All right, there's your date right there. There's your 4 executive orders with Obama starting in March, 3 of them in March and 1 in October of 2014. They only had 1 of 2 rounds in 2014 for voting. That's when Obama called him 3 days later and congratulated him and all that. Also, 2014 was when Victoria Nuland, who was working for the Obama administration, she's the one that got caught, verified on tape, even though it was audio, it was verified via official White House documentation that it was her saying F-U-C-K, the European Union, which that would be like me cussing you. You're supposed to be my brother, right? That ain't what they wanted her to be saying on a phone call. So there was a lot of tie-ins. Biden at that time, real Biden, made 7 trips in 7 months to Ukraine on your taxpayer dollar. And so all this stuff, Mitt Romney, his child was working there, John Kerry, Nancy Pelosi, and then we know Biden and Hunter. So all the swamp, they were licking their chops. In 2004, there's the Hill or the Guardian, one of those put out that you can click on, and the Department of Defense was the one funding the biolabs. In my documents, I managed to get it before they deleted it off the actual U.S. Embassy page, which you'd have to believe. With today's technology and AI and all the things people could do, some people wouldn't believe it because they didn't see it when it was timestamped on it and actual on the website. But I managed to get all those screenshot and timestamped where we were funding. It showed how much money we were sending to those biolabs by our Department of Defense and the United States government. So, this was, and then it ties back into Uranium One, which President Trump said was the greatest scandal of all time, which it really is, $145 million deal. And so all this ties in. And I do believe that Putin was already, I either believe he was already in special operations with it because of the kind of person he's known to be and already was before 2008, or he could have capitulated in another kind of manner going, yep, I didn't realize what was going on, or maybe he did, but he wasn't a direct part of it and no crimes against humanity on him. And he took a deal, which that could be the soccer ball, the complete version of it, depending on which one it was. But that was still the visual anyway of, yep, let's just go with the words what NATO called him, the NATO chief, call him Daddy Trump, say, yep, whatever you say, because it would have been the military back here with President Trump. See, that's what people don't see in these meetings, or who the ones who are really in the room, not the stuff they show you on TV. That's how President Trump was able to do this to the whole world. The Queen, North Korea, China, Modi in India, all these people, Saudi Arabia. Putin, but let's say that he had some bite out of that uranium deal, but it still wasn't something crazy significant. What President Trump, it's just an idea. I tell people to think outside the box, but this is what a special operation would kind of look like. He could say, all right, you were doing this and you were doing this. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into Ukraine. You're going to take out these biolabs, but the media is going to smear you. That will be your part of the deal, is that you have to take the smear on what's going to take place to you. And then on the flip side, when it's all said and done, here's what it'll look like. And here's how we will all come together. And then, as we move into the future. So that's just an idea for people. But that soccer ball was clear, and what brings it all in is when you do the timeline. So 2014, all that stuff we just mentioned. 2018 was a soccer ball. Shortly after that, in October, President Trump announced that we were leaving the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. All right. So that actually sounds scary to some people if you go read it, but it's not. It actually promotes the polar opposite. It's called a MAD doctrine, mutually assured destruction. All right. So it would be to where, okay, you won't react if someone's until someone bombs you, right? You won't do it to them first. It will be more like a self-defense mode if that was going to happen. But because you have nuclear power and they might have nuclear power, it'll come to a standoff, in which results in basically nuclear peace when you go read that. All right, so that was 2018. And so when you go to 2022, when the new declared war took place, it was Victoria Nuland all throughout 2021. See, all these people from the past, they brought into the quote-unquote Biden administration. All right, showing that cohesiveness of the swamp. All right, so Victoria Nuland was the undersecretary for quote-unquote Biden. All right, and all throughout 2021, even on the press, Psaki and all that, there's no nuclear weapons. That's a conspiracy theory, and no biolabs and all this other stuff. All right, it's a conspiracy theory. They're making this stuff up. Tulsi Gabbard, this was when she was making a name as a Democrat, but swapping over. Tulsi Gabbard, Mitt Romney called her a conspiracy theorist, and it was all false. All right. And so the same week, Victoria Nuland's under congressional oath. And it was Marco Rubio, who also President Trump annihilated on the 2016 campaign trail. Annihilated him too. So Marco Rubio was asking her, are there biolabs in Ukraine? And after all throughout 2021 of no, there aren't, and that's a conspiracy and all that, under oath, she goes, yes, but we were afraid the Russians are going to get them. And it's like, oh, they got them all right. That soccer ball got them. And so what ties that all in and makes this so awesome was when you do the optic of the soccer ball. So Zelensky wanted to run an ad for the FIFA World Cup, and the FIFA World Cup said, no bueno, not happening. All right, so there's that. But also the bigger key with the soccer ball is there was one nation who didn't play in the FIFA World Cup. It was Russia. All right. So it shows the sacrifice that they had to take and make. And that would have been part of that deal. I know that's not, some people think football, really. But yeah, football, soccer in those regions is their life outside of the rest of their life. And that would have been a big deal. And it also shows what their men were also signing up and tasked to do as well.
Wow, what incredible insight! Yeah, I knew all those different things, but I didn't put them all together. Well, they knew that was coming from way back, and like you said, back. I've seen these guys make these deals. When I was in the CIA, when I was in special protective details and all kind of crazy stuff, I would hear these guys talk, and like, wow, these guys are like they have game this out so far out. It's just incredible. But yeah, that's a great example of it. Now, we're seeing the collapse of their money. So by Trump sealing the border, of course, you don't have the drugs and of course, the human trafficking, which makes them far more money, the child trafficking and so forth. 300,000 children that are missing. Come on, Democrat Party. So that you're the party of, child. We're not going to go there, but anyway. So we're seeing USAID exposed, destroyed. We're seeing ActBlue disclosed, being destroyed as we're speaking. Tammy Bruce with the State Department. When I traveled overseas, I traveled undercover of the State Department, so I understand the things that happen within the State Department. The CIA is pretty much puppeting the State Department for a great extent, but it seems like with Marco Rubio and now with Tammy Bruce, that has stopped. She disclosed that 90% of aid that goes to foreign countries is they don't know where it went. So from now on, they're going to start to really crack down on that. So imagine all these money pots that are they're drying up. This is going to destroy them on a fast pace. What are your thoughts?
Well, my dad always has a saying that money talks and bullshit walks, and so, President Trump from the get-go, and I try to still, again, remind people that, 45-47, that's the whole operation, the whole thing. You can't ever separate it. So you got to go back to what he was saying in 2016, especially on the campaign trail, but also in 2017 when he really, was at the visual helm of the presidency. His first thing was follow the money. Follow the money. He kept repeating that. All right. And so you and I both know, and anybody with any kind of collective mind on any kind of operations, whether it be military and or just regular economics, if you don't have money, can't operate. But if you're a bad person operating with dirty money, as we know, then when your dirty money disappears and you have no money, but especially if you're like a figure to the public out there, what are you going to do? You're going to retaliate, and that could be verbal or physical, and or both. So everybody's seen that. So that's why I always tell people, well, if you're a good person from the start, you don't have anything to worry about. And so all these people are showing their colors, and that's why they'll say things about President Trump along the way. But what people need to know is that as President Trump, especially when he gives them a nickname or he focuses in on them, like, I wish I'm gonna wait till the time I can actually say this, but he said something one day to us, and I was like, I had chills instant. But he was basically saying that he reiterated basically, I know everything on everybody. And one day I'll wait and do it on your show. That way we can circle back one day when I want President Trump to know I don't go around saying everything he says. Certain things are private at the moment, but it gave me chills because I was like, and I mean, I already knew it, but just hearing it in a private setting, I mean, I was just like, I looked over at Siggy and I'm like, like that was like, but it was another form of basically saying, I know everything, I have everything. And so, it's, and that's the other key thing too, correlating that. It's like he knew long before he went down that escalator, right? He knew what this was going to look like, and the end's going to look like. And so, that's the key thing for people to hold on to. But yeah, I mean, it's the takedown of the money trails. And we've had, this is another thing that it's not hard to separate, but it's hard to get people to see. But there's been drug trafficking busts before, sure, but they didn't put a full-fledged joint partners. We're going to wipe this out in massive droves and go after their full rings and their full operations. So yeah, under Obama and every other president, you'd see a headline here and there that, drug trafficking was busted here, or this ship was going here, but President Trump established a full-on war on April the 1st, and I think he did that strategically on April the 1st, 2020, being April Fool's Day, being like, no, this ain't no joke. But Southern Command 22 joint partners. They launched a full-out war on trafficking, and they have been annihilating them. I mean, it's been all you got to do is spend time on coastguard.mil and a few other sites out there. And I mean, they've been just knocking them out all over the world. And our Coast Guard is all over the world more than they are on our coast, with the Navy and Royal Navy and all the other different Saudi Arabia, different navies. And they have been knocking them out left and right. So, you know, and of course, you and I both know that drug trafficking does fund a lot of the other trafficking. It's all connected. It's interwebs. And so President Trump was the first to establish the Subterranean Warfare Strategic Tactics publications. We've always had tunnel rats, and I know you've known them your whole life, and Colonel Sellers, different people, but it's a full-fledged strategic operation that was geared around, you know, taking out these bunkers and taking out the underground facilities, and those all tie in as well to trafficking. So it's just been it's a world takedown, man. It's like, I don't know. Again, it's hard to describe.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the underground systems they're real. We saw like 3 of them hit, I believe, in Iran, and then right across the border where we used to deal with terrorists that would come across the border in those same locations in Afghanistan and in Pakistan where we used to deal with terrorists. There were other, you know, 10K, that seems to be the level that a lot of the DUMBs around the world were, you know, earthquakes at that level too. But the earthquakes are different. They're not like, you know, those ringing earthquakes that you get. It's like a sharp wham, and then it's just you know, an energy that goes out from that shock wave. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on underground too. The war, you know, it's pretty secretive, you know, what's being taken down on the surface. Underground, it's not secret at all. Those guys are really doing some amazing jobs, from what I've heard, and it's pretty dramatic down there. All right, so getting close to an hour. Any last words, and give us some insights, you know, how people can reach you, your 3 books and so forth.
Well, I mean, I just tell people just hang on. I mean, you know, it's a journey, not a destination. And you know, it's all going to have a silver lining, I do believe, from that standpoint, because there will be justice. People will see it when the time is right. I just think President Trump, what they're doing on the bigger levels is one, the financial system that had to be reset, the trade, the world trade, the tariffs, making sure all other nations are operating on their own as well. I mean, the Indo-Pacific Agreement 2019 specifies that all nations be sovereign on their own, not dependent on others. There will be reciprocal trade, as President Trump titled it, which will be fair for both. And then, like you said, and you know, not all tariffs are bad either. I mean, there's certain things that you know, can balance out depending on what it is and how much they have of it. So sometimes the tariff's not a bad thing either. But there's a way to balance it out. You say, okay, if you put a 40% on us, well, we'll put a 20% here on you on this, and it'll balance out. So all that's having to take place outside of your military. So you have your economic that's taking place. All the nations that dump the dollar, that's a good sign showing you that, okay, that's being reset. You know, that's another thing that the deep state did. They'd print more money. They never would account for ours. I mean, you got to pull out a dollar bill and look at it, ladies and gentlemen. It's got 2 numbers on there that are key to what? Accounting. And we never accounted for all this stuff. So what did the deep state do when they couldn't account for it? They just printed more money, and then they taxed you for it. So, you know, all those things had to be sorted out. The gold, you know, Fort Knox, all the jokes about Fort Knox and the gold. Now you have the gold-backed digital separate from central banks. So you had all those things taking place. So, you know, my thing is like getting the discipline, the structure back, the transparency, the honesty, the responsibility with everybody. President Trump's approval rating, 62%. It's the highest any president ever. All right. But when we get that maybe around 75, 80%, I think that's when they bring in the justice. Maybe. I could be wrong. But, you know, the more people that you have that are seeing all the corruption in every aspect of what they have been living under in the past. Everybody sitting here walking, living, breathing has lived under that corruption. If you there'd be no one here that would be worthy of listening if they were born in 2015. So let's be honest. Everybody here lived in some form of the deep state system. So when all these people that are your friends and family who are negative or Debbie Downers or just can't see it or whatever it is, when they start seeing the light and they start seeing the corruption, when they start demanding justice, then it's like President Trump said, we're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of winning. Well, when you get majority of your opposite actually going, I want to see justice, then that's how we have a true fundamental reset, and we can also move forward in the future and it not be this dog eat dog that we've all been accustomed to, and it shouldn't look like that. So many people need to focus on that aspect, not so much of Democrat versus Republican still. And so even though you do have to focus on some of them, but there's a lot of Republicans who are bad too. So other than that, I mean, it's still laws show we're in a continuity government, a partial. And until that is completely revoked, when you see that, it will happen. And when that happens, then you'll be able to see a lot more visuals around to see that, wow, the golden age, as President Trump calls it. Tonight, I highly recommend his speech tonight. He's been saying for 2 and 3 years, Memorial Day 2025, July 3rd, the World Fair, and July the 4th were big markers. So I highly recommend listening to his speech tonight. I have a friend that's front row tonight in Iowa. So, I highly recommend that. There's probably going to be the comms dropped in there. I'll be listening. And if I hear him say anything that sounds like it gets, lost in the shuffle, then I'll pick it out and tie it in where it is with the law, depending on what he says. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. He had said July 4th leading up to the year before. So the 250th is next year. So he said this July leading up to the year. So there's going to be some stuff there. So yeah, my books are on rattletrap1776.com. If you want them signed by me, if you're international and or like if you have a birthday or you need it quick, sometimes we're not, we don't have inventory on hand. I have to order every so often. Then the best way to do it is Amazon. Amazon's been cleaned out, by the way. President Trump has a store on Amazon now. So Bezos was one of those that was affected by Executive Order 13959 with a nice mercy, still going. But Amazon's been cleaned out, so they are safe. President Trump hammered them. So either way is fine with me. That's the way you can get it.
Wow, Derek, fantastic show. And thanks for coming on. 4th of July is tomorrow. I was just kind of down in my town running some errands here in North Lake Tahoe. Everybody's out there having a great time. Families are out there. So enjoy your 4th of July weekend. Get some good food, and we're going to see some good things coming in the future. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
Definitely so. Happy 4th to you, and can't believe you told me you're in Tahoe. I love that place. I'm jealous. But anyway, happy 4th.
The north side in the I'm in the Nevada side. So California, Nevada, good.
Yeah, I know. I've been all through there, man. That is so. Yeah.
Yep.
Very, very close to the end game for the Zionists, and they are right now very desperate and dangerous, cornered rats. What's happening is that the BRICS alliance, which is like 85% of humanity, is asking that the Khazarian mafia or the Chabad death cult and the people who own the central banks pay with real stuff. And they have run out of gold, they've run out of silver, they've run out of oil. They're basically bankrupt, and they're going to lose control of their magic money machine. And when that happens, they lose power. So what we're seeing now is some very, very desperate attempts to start World War III. So, for example, in this clip, you can watch the blackmailed pedophile presidents of France and Prime Minister of UK basically sign a declaration of war against Russia. This declaration of war is just one thing they're doing. They illegally seized a Russian oil tanker, which is also an attempt to try to provoke World War III. And they attacked the Russian nuclear headquarters, the so-called President Putin's residence. And this is all designed in a desperate attempt to start World War III. And the reason why they're doing this is because they know that if they do not succeed in starting World War III, they're going to face war crimes charges. Is a sign of why, one of the signs of why they don't want Ukraine peace, because it would lead to war crimes tribunals. Just one thing about this video, though, they try to pin the blame on China, and for sure, but this is run out of Israel. It's not, and Ukraine. It's not run out of China. But watch this clip to see what I mean.
Okay, the system is run through China, Israel, Ukraine, and us now. We didn't used to be as big a part, I think. But anyway, it's like you harvest the organs, and then you got to get rid of the rest. And that's what I think they are doing. It really just says Soylent Green in a different form. And anybody thinks this is just made up. We have videos, for example, in Ukraine of they call them the Chorny Transplantologia. I can barely say that. I don't speak Russian. I just read it. But anyway, it's the black transplantologists. And they stumbled onto these things. I know Putin knows about this. The Russian army knows about this. They underground harvesting areas. But I'm going to tell you about I can prove about the kidneys and stuff like that. So you've got, he's worth almost $1 million, by the time, and you sell it, you're going to get more than $1 million for that, because that price gets way bumped up. He's getting nothing, but in this case, but if you yourself want to sell your kidney to the black market, you sell it and then they mark it up 10 times. They were just there for that reason. So, and they were live harvesting the Uyghurs, the Christians, and the Falun Gong in China.
Yeah. So, this is not all. The attempt to start World War III, and get Russia to invade is just part of it. And by the way, I would like to recommend to the Russian military that they actually do move into Germany and France and arrest the Rothschild criminals there, because the U.S. military will not fight to protect them, and they will not allow this to be an excuse to trigger all of nuclear war. So please go ahead and arrest Brigitte Macron, aka Jean-Michel de Rothschild, and all those other people. And also, please go into Switzerland and cut off the head of the beast. I make the same recommendation to U.S. Special Forces. Now, the other thing we need to talk about, of course, is the fake Donald Trump operating out of Mar-a-Lago. This imposter is openly corrupt, and they are now, they're trying to start a civil war in the United States. They're trying to make this man an absolute dictator, because if they do not, they know that they're headed themselves for war crimes tribunals. So, as an example, what they do, first of all, okay, now here's an example of what they're doing. So they're actually deploying Israeli death squads in the United States right now. They're pretending that they're ICE agents deporting illegal immigrants, but they're not. They're going after anybody who is influential and against Israel. And this shooting in Minneapolis, which it should be all over the news, but anyway, so they shot an unarmed woman without any real excuse. They murdered a dissident in public. They refused to let doctors come and help her. And then you have this Kristi Noem, the head of the Israeli-based Homeland Security Department, saying that this is what they were trained to do.
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Okay, so you have foreign troops to try to impose a dictatorship on the American people. If you see any of these ICE agents, politely ask them to show their ID. If they refuse, walk away, call the police, call the National Guard, and tell them that there are foreign mercenaries and operating in the United States, and tell them where to go. We need to shoot these people down. And I have heard from my U.S. Space Force sources that they are going to go after the fake Trump and that whole sort of fake studio pretending to be a U.S. government in Mar-a-Lago and shut it down. And they really need to do that, because otherwise the United States is going to go to hell in a handcart. And, the U.S. military, too, has been presented evidence that there is a group trying to start World War III. This clip here from Russia tells you exactly what you need to know.
Добрый день, Кэптен. Я начальник Главного разведного управления Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации адмирал Костюков. Я пригласил вас по важному вопросу, хотим вас проинформировать. Мы нашли обломки беспилотных летательных аппаратов, осуществлявших данную атаку. В ряде этих беспилотных летательных аппаратов хорошо сохранились навигационные системы, они являются технически исправными. Расшифровка, произведенная специалистами спецслужб Российской Федерации, контента памяти навигационных контроллеров данных беспилотных летательных аппаратов безапелляционно точно подтвердила, что целью атаки был комплекс зданий резиденции президента Российской Федерации в Новгородской области. Мы хотим вам передать контроллер и описание этого контроллера, сделано нашими специалистами. Полагаем, что данный шаг позволит снять все вопросы и будет способствовать установлению истины.
So the U.S. military have been provided with proof that there are people trying to start all-out nuclear war, and that they're operating out of Ukraine and the United States and Israel. And that means the military needs to take action against these people. A couple of more clips I want to show you. One is the mayor of Minneapolis explaining, denouncing the death squad. So this is real. It's not fake. They really are trying to impose a totalitarian dictatorship run by members of a single clan.
They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power.
And your target is Chabad. Any Chabad facility is a legitimate military target, and they say it openly in their writings. This is the head of the snake, as well as Switzerland. We need to go after them. Now, I'm sure that the human race will overcome these people. They're not going to win. And take a look at the protests in France, for example. Completely shut down Paris, and I think the French people are going to go in and grab Jean-Michel de Rothschild, aka Brigitte Macron, and shut down that whole regime. Remember, they don't even have French bodyguards because they don't trust the French people, and they're supposed to be the president of France and his wife. So they need to go ASAP. Same with Keir Starmer, same with Friedrich in Germany, and the fake Trump in Mar-a-Lago. They all need to go. And as far as Mark Carney in Canada is concerned, I would like to personally ask him to confess to the Canadian people what blackmail material they have on him from Epstein Island, and ask for their forgiveness. Otherwise, he has to go too. Although he's a competent man, he is a blackmailed pedophile, and as such, unless he confesses, he has to go. This is very important because otherwise, and this will be forever. And I noticed the Canadian farmers and truckers are on the case too, as you can see from this photo. So we all need to take action. We need to finish these people off. And I call upon the military and intelligence agencies to help remove this satanic filth from our planet. Thank you very much. That's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Do you have any current information regarding the whereabouts and condition of the real Trump?
Before, my space agency source would confirm that Trump had been spotted at either the Thule Air Base. I know it's got a new name, Pacific or something. I can't pronounce it. Or they spotted him at Cheyenne Mountain. But unfortunately, I have not been able to confirm his whereabouts for the past 6 months. So right now, he is missing in action. I hope he's okay, but I haven't been able to confirm where he is. And so I think the U.S. military white hats need to make contingency plans. Next question.
Hi, Ben. As a Canadian myself, what is your take on the 51st state or the Albertans or West Can who want to separate from Canada and then maybe join the USA? What about Quebec and Greenland, and why Alberta is promoting digital ID? What could North America look like in 10 years from now, in your opinion?
Well, what we don't want is for the United States to take over Canada, because the United States is a dystopian nightmare. But I have proposed that Canada take over the United States and restore democracy and rule by the people and good government, which is what Canada is supposed to stand for. But I'm not in favor of that fake Trump, turning Canada into part of their Khazarian dictatorship. So my view is that Canada needs to move into the United States and clean out the filth and liberate the people there. And as far as Quebec is concerned, le Québec serait toujours français. They will always be French. Greenland can choose for itself. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Looking forward to your comments on the Venezuelan raid. It appears to be good news for the deep state to take over all of these oil fields. However, will it actually benefit the real Trump in the long run? Thank you for any insight you can provide on this.
Well, the English media in the blogosphere, which is under the most severe censorship I've ever seen, is making it look like they've taken over Venezuela. But if I read Spanish language reporting from the region, it's very clear that kidnapping a president is not the same as taking over a country, and the Venezuelan people are not going to hand over their oil to Zionist gangsters. That's my understanding. And the other thing is that there are reports that Chavez made a deal, in exchange for protection, but that doesn't mean the Venezuelan people are going to allow this takeover. It's not going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying that possibly the White Hats took out that bar in Switzerland to kill one top-level WEF head, dozens, and injured countless more innocent people? I always thought the reason this takes so long is that the White Hats try so hard not to have excessive amounts of collateral damage. Is there any progress on that front? I don't understand why a professional hitman can't take care of these people one by one. The deep state do it all the time. If they wanted you gone, eventually you'd be gone.
Okay, first of all, what I said about the fire in Switzerland was wrong. It was speculation. What I found out from my military sources who contacted local police was that they had filled the place with foam that's very flammable. And as far as, I know that there are people like Bill Gates and Larry Fink are being actively hunted, but I cannot provide any more details. When you see them lose control of the mega corporations and you see the end of the fake Trump show, then you'll know that this war is over. But for reasons of operational security, I can't tell you much more. But, they are being hunted, that's for sure. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Could you please elaborate some more on the EU happenings? We feel pretty much in the dark as to the developments there. Ursula was exposed by Viktor Orban about her 4 billion euro theft through the company of her husband. This must release her from her royalties, I would hope. Nigel Farage has exposed Keith Starmer's many secret visits to immigration, almost proving the current absurd UK immigration policies. I hope Nigel can push this forward. Since MSN isn't reporting on any of this, I'm hoping you can shed some light.
They still control the mega corporations and places like Google and stuff. So a lot of what appears on our screens is still controlled by the bad guys, unfortunately. Although the fact that I'm able to carry out this broadcast is a sign that we do have white hats supporting us within the NSA that let us get the real truth out there. As far as the EU is concerned, they are bankrupt. They're about to make they have payments that are due that they won't be able to make, and most of the top former officials have been arrested. So the military police and the police are on the case, but they don't control the media, which is why we're not hearing about it. But yeah, a lot of senior people have been arrested, and the dragnet is closing on Ursula von der Leyen and all those people. But until you see them off your screens, you know the battle is not over, because these are very rich, very powerful people, and they have a lot of armed guards. So it's not going to be an easy fight, but humanity will prevail. We'll end this satanic nightmare. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Democrat Party is trying to start another civil war, another one, all right? And I'm going to take you all the way back to the Revolutionary War, because it's the same mentality, the same group that keeps doing this over and over and over again until we learn our lesson and overcome it. All right, so let's start out with the burning of Atlanta, just so we get in the right frame of mind here.
Haven't left much for the Yankees to take. We'll have to make a dash for it before the fire reaches that ammunition.
Not going to be much left for the Yankees to take. All right. So who set the fire? Was it the Union? Of course not. It was the Confederacy, the Democrats. Basically, they wanted to destroy Atlanta so that the Union couldn't have it. The same thing happened all the way up as Sherman's army marched through the South. I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, and the story was that they had laid out hose for water mains and so forth to fight fires in case, because there had been some shelling that had been going on of the State House. In the State House there in South Carolina, you can see where they had cannonballs hit, because they made these X's where the cannonballs hit the State House. I remember that as a little boy growing up. But the story was that the firefighters had laid out hoses to fight fires, and the fires grew in Columbia and burned most of Columbia down as well. And why? Because the Confederate Army came through and bayoneted all of the hoses so that the fires could not be put out. All right. So this is the same mentality we're seeing right now in Minneapolis. All right. So the Democrats would rather burn it to the ground than giving it up. Right. And this is what we're seeing right now. We're going to see this again in the big cities. I've said this for years, get out of the big cities. So it's coming. So you can stay if you want, but in some of these locales, you're going to see this just like we saw it with the George Floyd riots, guys. It's not going to stop until these criminal Democrats are basically driven from office or held accountable, put behind bars for the rest of their lives and our lives, and are executed. Right. So we're going to have to do this time. Right. All the way from Revolutionary War, Civil War to now. Right. And all in between. All right. So all in between. I'm going to talk about all this in this show, how these Democrats have been basically destroying our country over and over and over and over again. And they've been given a pass. All right. This time we cannot let them survive this. Right. Are you tired of it? I'm tired of it. I've lived lifetimes through this, trying to fix this shit, right? So let's look at the American Civil War. Why was it caused? All right, the American Civil War, and a lot of people have different opinions about this, but was primarily caused by longstanding tensions over slavery, economic differences between the North and South, and disputes over states' rights versus federal authority, blah, blah, blah. So we're seeing the same thing play out again, like you saw there in Gone with the Wind. There was women, children, blacks, whites, it didn't matter. Everybody's affected by the Democrats, guys. Everybody. Negatively. Always. Always. All right? So let's go deeper. How the Nazis were inspired by Jim Crow. Jim Crow. What is that? Jim Crow laws in the South after the Civil War. Why? Because blacks mostly went with the Republican Party. Hello, Republican Party saved them from the South. So they started the KKK and they started Jim Crow laws in the South to suppress the blacks. All right. They couldn't get votes from them. The Republicans are getting votes from them. Sound familiar? Right? So, it's something, and that's why they bring in the immigrants, legal immigrants, right? Because a lot of blacks are waking up. They were basically forced into the Democrat Party for the most part. You vote Democrat or we're hanging from the trees, right? So that was the KKK. And that's what they got, it's crazy. So the Nazis, they like the Democrat. They like the Democrat attitude about blacks, right? And they used it against Jews. Crazy, right? Hello, I've been talking about this for decades, right? So does it matter? I guess not, all right? I'm not the only one that's been trying to bring this to everybody's attention for hundreds of years, I guess. So come on, we're gonna fix this, or we're gonna continue to repeat it, right? It's like the person that has the wife beater, right? So she gets beat by her husbands, and she can't figure out why she keeps getting these husbands that beat her. And everybody's like, well, duh, you keep choosing the same type of guy, all right? But she doesn't get it. She keeps getting the same guy over and over again, all right? It's like the Democrat Party. We're getting the same beating over and over and over again. We need to figure it out. It's disgusting. In 1935, Nazi Germany passed two radically discriminatory pieces of legislation inspired by American laws. So you know how the Democrats are always like the Republicans and right-wingers are the Nazis? Negative. The Democrats are. All right. The Reich Citizenship Law and the Law for the Protection of German Blood and German Honor. Together, these were known as the Nuremberg Laws, and they laid the legal groundwork for the persecution of Jewish people during the Holocaust and World War II. When the Nazis set out to legally disenfranchise and discriminate against Jewish citizens, they weren't just coming up with ideas out of thin air. They closely studied the laws of another country, according to James Q. Whitman, author of Hitler's American Model. That country was the United States, and of course, that was the Democrat Party. And of course, the Jim Crow laws of the South. All right. So in particular, Nazis admired the Jim Crow era laws that discriminated against Black Americans and segregated them from white Americans. And they debated whether to introduce similar segregation in Germany. Right? One of the most striking Nazi views was that Jim Crow was a suitable racist program in the United States because American blacks were already oppressed and poor. Wow. So, like I said, I've been saying this for a long time, and I know a lot of other people have been saying this. Some people just don't get it. They want to be in denial, right? We can no longer be in denial, or we're going to continue to live this bullshit from these disgusting criminals, these Democrat criminals, right? All right. Jim Crow laws were state and local laws enacted in the Southern Democrat United States from the late 19th century until the 1960s that enforced racial segregation. They couldn't control them anymore because the North had won. All right. And there was a lot of people that, were part of that within the administration of Abraham Lincoln. So his protected detail, which would eventually be, the guys that protect the presidents, like we just saw just recently with JFK, and also with our Trump. So these guys have been corrupt for a long time. So it's said that his protective detail, he told them to take the night off. Yeah. Bullshit. All right. So we're going to see, how these guys are basically, destroying America. We're already seeing it right now in Minneapolis. All right. We saw it during the George Floyd riots, and we're going to see it again. We're going to see it again because we haven't learned. We haven't stopped them out. We haven't taken them out of. I said the Democrat Party is going to go away, but I guess it's going to be extreme until that happens. So these laws Jim Crow laws mandated separate facilities for whites and blacks, leading to significant social and economic disadvantages for the black community. All right, so now the Democrats are the champions of illegal immigrants, that cause massive problems. And why don't they just convince the rest of the public that, hey, vote for us? They can't. And because we're getting wise to their, mail-in ballot fraud. Some places like New Jersey, where there was massive mail-in ballots, again, they elected another Democrat, where the Republican was a favorite. How? Imagine that, right? So, and now we're seeing the governor there, Murphy, they're getting ready to, because the Democrats did anti-ICE. They're trying to pass anti-ICE laws in New Jersey. And it looks like the outgoing governor, Murphy, is going to sign off on those guys. Again, the Democrats, we can't get rid of them, can we? We better. We better. They're destroying America. They're destroying America. All right. Many blacks turned Republican after the Civil War. Many African Americans aligned with the Republican Party, which supported their rights and freedoms. The Ku Klux Klan, which was devised and created to counter Republican blacks, emerged as a violent group aiming to suppress black voters and intimidate those who supported Republican policies, leading to widespread voter suppression and violence in the South. So again, the Democrats weren't going to win because the blacks were turning to Republicans because that's who gave them, freedom and voting rights and so forth. Of course, the Democrats, almost to a man, voted, because there was no women back then, voted against, civil rights for blacks. They did the same thing with suffrage. That was the voting rights for women. Blacks got voting rights before women in America. And who suppressed that? Who didn't support that? Democrats. But yet we see all of these crazy middle-aged white women that are just doing bonkers for the Democrat Party. Their minds are enslaved. They're enslaved to the Democrat Party, doing stupid, right? So I don't know how it happens, guys, but we got to clean it up. New York, hotbed for all of this. Democrat stupidity, of course. One notable Nazi rally. Yes, I said Nazi. Nazis. Remember? Hitler loved the Democrats because they came up with the Jim Crow laws, and he copied the suppression of the Jews and the extermination of the Jews, because that's what the Democrat Party does to blacks, right? So February 20th, 1939, at Madison Square Garden, organized by the German-American Bund, there were 20,000 attendees celebrated Nazi ideology in New York, right? So I'm going to go back to New York over and over again, just like Minneapolis, for extreme stupidity, right? And it's almost always ruled all the way back to Revolutionary War by people that do extreme stupidity, right? So I want to show that one, right? So let's look at this other window, all right? Here we go. All right. Now look, images. This is Madison Square Garden filled with Nazis in the streets, right? 1939. I mean, who would support this bullshit, right? Only the Democrats, right? So it's one of those extreme things that we, like I said, we have to look at. We have to understand that we have a party here, the Democrat Party, and I don't know how this is going to go, because a lot of people are brainwashed by the Democrat Party and believe the Democrat Party is just another party, right? No, it is evil, period, right? So I will persist, and I'm not screaming it. I'm just showing you the evidence. Patriots and loyalists in the American Revolution. During the American Revolutionary War, patriots in New York actively opposed loyalists. Loyalist. You're like, that sounds like a very positive name. Who are they? Oh, so many people don't know. The loyalists were on the side of the British, right? So we fought that war against loyalist American citizens and the British, right? Who were trying to tax the hell out of us like Democrats do. Very, very same bullshit, guys. We have the same bullshit all the way from the Revolutionary War with the Democrat Party. That same mindset all the way down. All right, this conflict often led to violence and intimidation as patriots aimed to suppress loyalist activities and maintain control over their communities. 1775, patriots established committees of observation to monitor and suppress loyalist activities. They weren't successful because New York would burn. New York City, that is. I think the patriots burned them, right? So, and then of course, New York. The British came into New York and they ran, the patriots out of there because they had help with from the loyalists, and the loyalists were probably giving up a lot of information and so forth. There's been this thing for a long time. So loyalist against the patriots. So I consider myself a patriot. I don't know. The patriots back then were called terrorists, but now we see the tables have flipped, because now we have the Democrats are the terrorists in our cities. Now the terrorists aren't in the rest of America. You look at any map, the counties of America, they're red. They're basically patriots, all right, throughout all of America, except for these Democrat-run cities. And we're going to get into the Democrat-run cities. So the Patriots gained political power in New York City, in New York, not in New York City, right? New York City, like I said, has always been a problem all the way back to the Revolutionary War. Because when the British ran the Patriots out of New York environs, New York City area, that's what it is today, all the forts and everything were conquered. They ran them out. And then it was the Loyalists. The Loyalists, they were there in New York City. They stayed in New York City. All right. So I hope you guys are getting history here. I'm making it as simple as I can. Right. I could go deep into this. I've studied this for decades. Draft riot of 1863. So we'll bounce around a little bit here. So Civil War time frame. New York City, African Americans, again, in the Civil War. Ever heard of a thing called Wall Street? Where did Wall Street come from? Wall Street came from the draft riot of 1863 in New York City. New York City did trade with the Confederates. New York City did trade with the Confederates, and they didn't like to be told not to. And so there was a draft that came in. They resisted the draft, and they had a riot, and they built up a barrier, and they called it, and it was in the area called Wall Street. And the Union Army came in and busted that down and sent those guys packing. Some of them got buried. All right. So this is what we do with the Democrats over and over again. We let them get away with murder, pretty much, and destroying our country. And we allow it to continue over and over and over again and let them gain power like they have over most of our main cities. So New York City also had a significant role in supporting revolutionary movements that contributed to the fall of the Russian monarchy, particularly through its large immigrant communities, including many Russians. Where were they from? Ukraine, right? Ukraine. So they were very politically active. These groups, along with figures like Leon Trotsky, engaged in socialist, like the Democrat Party now. They just, brought in Mamdani, who is a socialist in New York City. It doesn't end until we end it, guys. So it goes on to talk about the Russian Revolution. It was a lot of New Yorkers supported that with their money. A lot of New Yorkers. All right, so that's obviously a problem. It's obviously a problem. Leon Trotsky in New York City. Trotsky, who was a journalist, and a socialist, of course, came to New York City for at least, I think it was around 10 weeks. Yep, 10 weeks. And spent and headed back to Russia with a lot of money from New Yorkers, Ukrainian New Yorkers, because Leon Trotsky was also a Ukrainian. So he went back and he helped head up the Military Revolutionary Committee, which carried out the overthrow of the monarchy. All right. Who, speaking of monarchies, who was the leading cause of the fall of the Shah? Democrat Jimmy Carter. All right. The Shah went for, Jimmy Carter was constantly bashing. I remember because I was around during that time frame. Jimmy Carter was constantly bashing the Shah. He left the country and they started the revolution. Right. And they came in and took over our embassy. Our embassy was, the guys in the embassy were there. Somebody corrected me. I said it was 666 days, but it's actually 444. Right. Reagan came in and basically told them, you don't let our people go, I'm going to come kick your ass. Right. And that's what we see right now with President Trump. So we haven't had, since Reagan, a good president until now. Right. And President Trump is destroying the deep state Democrat Party. Right. He's destroying it. All right, so if you go to the East Village, I'll share the screen on this puppy. All right, if you go to the East Village of New York City, you will see a monument to Soviet leader Stalin. Yes, the East Village Lenin statue is an 18-foot statue of Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Even in Russia, they do away with Lenin statues, right? So, yeah, there's problems. There's serious problems in these Democrat cities, serious problems, right? And it's got to get fixed. All right. Now, you guys might remember, if you've been around a little while like I have, Soul Train. Now, when I was a kid, I always watched Soul Train because I want to learn how to dance, right? You know, blacks, they know how to dance. And I remember I always danced at parties because I watched Soul Train and I learned how to dance, right? And I got their rhythm, and I got a little bit of black in me. So I did the DNA test, and yes, I'm a white guy, but I got some black in me. All right, so I would dance at parties, and everybody would gather around and watch me dance. But I'm watching the Masters, right, on Soul Train. Now, during our current time frame, you know, I feel like we're kind of like jungle rules are going on right now. So I thought I would bring up this one song, A Blast from the Past, from Kool and the Gang. You guys might know where I'm going with this. Now, I think back then they were talking about something else, Jungle Boogie type, but you know, we can kind of like move that around and say, yeah, right now we got some jungle rules going on. It's Jungle Boogie time, and we're gonna have to clam down, hammer down on these Democrats, guys. It's time. Their time is over, and I think their big blue cities are going to get destroyed. A lot of them, right? Just like we saw with the in Minneapolis. When CNN reporter was out front and says, yeah, there's some burning going on, but it's mostly peaceful demonstration. Right? So there's like flames and buildings are burning. Yeah, it's out of control. These Dems got to go, man. So, and I'm not talking about all Dems. I'm talking about the Dem leadership. All right, it's got to go. And when the Dem leadership is gone, then the people that they're I guess MK Ultraing or something with their mind bullshit stuff. You know, they're gonna like, oh, I can't believe I was doing that. What the hell? What the hell was I thinking? Right? Yeah, we try to wake you up. So welcome back to the real life, the real world, dudette. All right. So Motown, 60s Motown, when an independent Detroit, remember that? Detroit was one of the top cities in America at the time. Like, I don't know if it got number one, but it was definitely number two at one point. It was rocking. It was a fantastic city. They were building the best cars in the world there. It was an amazing city. So as a new decade dawned, an emerging black middle class had disposable income to spend on records, some of which was refined, smooth, uptown music that record labels began to target. White people began to appreciate R&B and soul, like myself, a new expansive music that had grown out of it. And what do they do to it? What do they do to that beautiful Motown sound? They came in with rap, right? Rap created by the CIA so that they could, change the frequency of the music and cause the black community and some white community types to start to get violent so that they could fill up their jails, right? And make money. It's definitely one of the things that, I've brought up for quite some time. And it's been recognized as a real thing. How about that? How decades of Democratic rule ruined some of our finest cities. Now, this is from 2016, so 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And it's not something random Mike came up with. This is from Investors Business Daily. All right. All right. So Detroit is a prime example of what happens to a city after decades of Democratic rule. Urban blight. A few days ago, so remember this is back in 2016, January, February, March timeframe, filmmaker Michael Moore tweeted, Flint has voted for Dems for 84 straight years and wanted to know, what did it get us? Of course, Flint had, and I don't know if they have fixed it yet, but they have a horrible water supply. All right, so Detroit, last elected a Republican. Now remember, this is 10 years ago, so it's still screwed up. Last elected a Republican mayor in 1957. It is now the model of urban failure, right? So Jungle Boogie in Detroit, right? It's recognized more for its poverty, crime, rot, and bankruptcy than the great cars that it turned out into the early 1970s. It is the poorest big city in the nation, with almost 40% of the population living below the poverty line. I'm sure it's much higher now. Detroit is also a pit of political corruption. Just in recent years, one mayor, Kwame Kilpatrick, was convicted of corruption, sound familiar, and sent to federal prison for 28 years. Who needs to go to prison in a lot of these Democrat cities? A lot of people. Who? A lot of Democrats. While building inspectors have been indicted on federal felony bribery charges, and the former city council member was investigated in a bribery and kickback scandal. Chicago's last GOP mayor was elected in 1927. The nation's third largest city is home to some of the worst inner city violence imaginable. Still is, 10 years later. More than 2,300 people were shot there last year. Geez, what was it, this last year? Probably like 5,000, who knows? And nearly 400, well, I'll look it up. I brought it up before. It's a higher. And nearly 400 lost their lives to homicides. Its finances are just as grim. Chicago is so broke, IBD contributor Stephen Moore explained months ago, that its bonds are junk status. And Mayor Rahm Emanuel had to go hat in hand last week to the state capitol. All right. So this is where Obama came from. St. Louis has been electing Democratic mayors since 1949. The gateway to the West has become the gateway for crime. Law Street says that it's the fourth most dangerous city in the country. Forbes says it's the second. It had the sixth highest poverty rate among big cities in 2014. The last GOP mayor for Philadelphia left office in 1952. A few years later, Moore identified it as a favorite to follow Detroit into bankruptcy, which it has. It is a shithole that's almost as bad as Detroit now. Both Baltimore and Oakland had Republican mayors as late as the 1960s, so they weren't as bad until more recently, and now they're complete disasters. In the era of Democratic rule, both are now more well known for their crime and poverty problems than for their charm and character. Newark, New Jersey hasn't had a GOP mayor in more than a century. It was ranked as the fifth worst city to live in 2015. Detroit, of course, was first. So when Democrats are in control, cities tend to go soft on crime. Reward cronies with public funds. Sounds like things haven't changed, has it? Establish hostile business environments, like in California, where everything is collapsing. Everything is collapsing in California. Heavily tax the most productive citizens. Billionaires are leaving California in droves, and set up fat pensions for their union friends. Simply put, theirs is a blue state blueprint for disaster. Have we not learned yet? Shall we continue? Yes. All right. But before we do that, we have to look at other problems, right? So one of those problems, like I've been talking about for a long time, because when I was in the CIA, I remember being in Pakistan, and there was a gentleman that got in the car and said that the cricket games were rigged. And then a few days later, so cricket in Pakistan and most of the Middle East, where the British basically ruled with an iron fist for a long time, so they're driven out. So they love cricket, even though the Brits were, not so well admired. They still love their sports. All right. And cricket is the most boring game in the world, but a lot of people love it. Right. So 3 days later, after I heard that from one of our people that tells us things in CIA, right, they put out in the paper, in the news, that the cricket games were rigged. Did Pakistanis, riot or go into an uproar? They didn't care. They didn't care. Just like you guys that, go to the football games. You don't care. I've been saying for, at least a decade that the games are rigged. And I showed you how the games are rigged. I've shown you over and over again. And I'm not going to show you anymore because I'm sick of it. All right. You need to wake up. U.S. Attorney David Metcalf told reporters former NCAA players and fixes charged over rigged basketball games, prosecutors say. And this is something that's going on worldwide. All right, so investigation in sprawling betting scheme to rig NCAA and Chinese Basketball Association games has ensnared 26 people. Geez, that's it. Get almost the whole teams and the coaches and everybody else. U.S. Attorney David Metcalf, like I've said, the indictment says many others, including unnamed players, had a role in this game but weren't charged. The indictment is the latest gambling scandal to hit the sports world since 2018. U.S. Supreme Court unleashed a meteoric rise in legal sports betting. So it follows a federal takedown of illegal gambling operations linked to professional basketball. Various charges against 26 defendants, blah, 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 blah. All right. Payments to players typically range from $10,000 to $30,000 per game. I bet in football, they get paid a lot, right? I bet they get paid a lot to rig those games. You ever look at those guys and say, how did you drop that ball? Wow. It was right in your hands, but you dropped it and your team lost. How about that? So, there's rigging. It's been going on for a long time, but sometimes we have to bring this stuff back up again, right? So now other things, polar vortex coming. And now a lot of you talked about it yesterday. A lot of you had problems with your phones, Verizon. I think there's still some problems. I think it's from the sun. I don't think it's a conspiracy thing. I think the sun is really getting active and it's going to crank on our planet, right? So let's watch a little bit of this.
January 14th, around 10:30 p.m. Mountain Time, 2025. 2026. Holy macaroni. Coronal hole 15 is about to face Earth, and that means geomagnetic storm is in the forecast for January 17th. We've also got major snow coming to the west and long-term lies being held by the media. 2025 was the third hottest year ever recorded, but it's actually the lowest recorded temperature on Earth for almost 400 million years.
400 million years. I've been saying this for a decade or more too, that we're in a global minimum that's going to get colder, yet they keep coming out with that BS that it's the hottest ever, right? And they take those temperatures in cities next to pavements and next to, air conditioning heater, coolers that are blowing, the hot air and stuff. And that's where they get their readings. So, I've pointed that out for a long time too. But, some people are going to find out the hard way.
How do you like them apples? Buckle up, Buttercup, and keep calm. It's boom time. La Nina is going to be exchanged with El Nino in just the next year as a polar vortex is taking hold. Michiganders better get ready for old-fashioned Michigan winter weather as, well, -0 temperatures are headed to the region. Below zero wind chills in the forecast as frigid temps return for Detroit and winter storm watches are issued for parts of southern Mich. Holy macaroni. It is winter, folks, as an Arctic blast threatens to unleash bitterly cold air across the east and the south as the next iguana apocalypse approaches. And it's not just Friday that the iguana apocalypse approaches. Take a look at the new models. It is also going to be on Monday. Fun day. So Monday as well will be treacherous for Florida with temperatures in the southern regions reaching 38 degrees. We're going to have iguanas down for days, if not weeks.
The iguana apocalypse, it's coming, all right? So said it was going to be a cold winter, all right, for for us here in the West. It's like it's up, it's down. I remember when I used to live in San Diego, it would be like, sunny. I'd be on the beach. I go to the mountains. It was snowing. I go down to the beach. It was like, laying on the beach, laying by the pool, whatever, in the middle of winter. And that's kind of the way it is again here in California. We have the temperatures that go up and they go down. We'll probably see some more, snow that's coming. We have a little bit of a break, which I'm glad, because it gets to, clear the snow off. So remember my deck, it was like 1.5 feet, almost 2 feet of snow but out there. Boy, it was tough to get that off. And then it came again, and it was like, I think I cleared like 9 feet of snow over a few day period. So we've got a little bit of a break now. It's melting down a little bit, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get some more, some of those crazy, storms that are going to come in here and fill up these hills with a lot of snow. All right, so 444 right now, so it's angelic number, so that I guess I'm right. Right. They like to tell me, yeah, you're on track. You got it. Good job. All right, so here's a little bit more. The winter's about to shift into high gear for those of you that are in the middle of the country. You're going to get some seriously cold weather, like Mike said, and that would happen this year. Now, the other thing that I said is that this late spring, summer into fall, there's going to be a lot of drought, right? Or not necessarily drought, but a lot of dry weather, right? There won't be as much rain, definitely not as much snow, because it's going to get, I think, pretty warm, but not crazy warm like they keep saying. Record-breaking warm temperatures. That's a lie, right? So listen to this one.
Afternoon, everybody. I got big updates on what's going on, not only with this southern snowstorm coming, what's going on with the temperatures right behind it, because we are literally going to be 40 degrees, maybe even up to 50 degrees below average for a lot of states as we go through our deepest part of our winter. Showing the latest information on the impacts, the chances for minor impacts up to 100% in this red, plus our chances.
All right, so you see all that snow? Remember last year where they said this is a once in 100 year type thing where it snows all the way down to the Gulf, and now we're going to have it again. How about that? So it's going to continue, guys, and it's going to go deeper into Florida as well. So we get the Panhandle getting snow like it did last year. A lot of those beach communities going to get snow and ice like they did last year. So it's going to be something that's going to continue. It's not a one-off.
For moderate impacts going all the way up towards that 40, even that 50% chance in certain areas. We're seeing two different regions now of where we're more likely going to see the moisture meeting up with the cold air. over here for Alabama going through Georgia. Also another area going through a little bit of South Carolina, but mostly into North Carolina. So let's go through these impacts. Remember, these are minor impacts. These are not major impacts. However, being from the South, an inch of snow would bring major impacts. So please stay off the road. It's going to be about a 12 to a 15-hour period where you could get mixed precipitation and snow on the ground. So be aware. The strongest chance over here now.
All right, so that's coming for this weekend for you guys in the South. All right, Southeast. So just be heads up on that. You know, it's tough anywhere to drive when there's snow on the road, but especially in the South. All right, because you don't have front wheel drive. A lot of people don't have 4-wheel drive, and if you got a big old truck, it's probably not 4-wheel drive. And you don't have snow tires, so be careful out there, guys. All right, so just stay off the road. Just hang out during that time frame. All right, hunker down, and enjoy the white stuff as it comes down. And after everything settles down a little bit, maybe you can run out and go to the beach carefully and see the snow all the way on the beach. That's always cool. All right, so New Jersey Democrats pushing 3 asinine anti-ICE bills, right? So it's basically they're pushing the Civil War. We'll see how much traction it gets. All right, so they want to prohibit state and local police from stopping anyone based solely on immigration status, prohibit ICE from operating in jails, so they can't go get the criminals in the jails and deport them because they need those votes. And I don't know. I know that, you get a felony conviction. It used to be if you got a felony conviction, you didn't vote. But some states have overruled that, and most Democrat states have overruled that. Right. So it doesn't matter anymore. So prevents New Jersey from sharing personal data with ICE without a warrant.
Dana, good morning. And emotions are high here in New Jersey after an ICE raid here at this laundromat and surrounding businesses in Morristown on Sunday led to anti-ICE protests and really controversy here locally. New Jersey Democrat Governor Phil Murphy is now weighing whether or not he's going to sign 3 anti-ICE bills that were passed by the Democrat-controlled state legislature. Now, the bills legally prohibit police from stopping anyone based solely on immigration status, prohibits ICE from operating in New Jersey's jails to deport criminals, and prevents New Jersey from sharing personal data with ICE without a warrant. Now, Governor Murphy has until noon Tuesday when his term ends to sign these bills, and he's...
All right. So we're going to see, multiple cities that are going to have problems. We're going to see burning in a lot of these cities. We're going to see riots in a lot of these cities. Now, again, I have on my X account where this one woman, I guess they were somewhere in Minnesota in the countryside, and the police ICE came out and they arrested a criminal alien that was within the community, and everybody cheered. They came into a convenience store and apprehended them. Everybody cheered. Right. Now, that's contrary to what you're seeing in the big cities, as you're seeing. Right. We have some serious problems with these radical leftists in the big cities, guys. It's like, I don't know. We haven't learned since the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and all the stuff that we've gone through with these Democrats, for, hundreds of years now. So it's coming to a head. It's coming to a head, I believe. And I think it's going to end. I feel very certain the Democrat Party goes bye-bye. So they're not going to go out without a bang, right? They're going to go out with a bang, right? So, and that's what they want. That's what they get, in my opinion. So Phil Murphy, and that's what they are getting. Phil Murphy says goodbye to New Jersey. I'm going to leave you with some more effed up stuff before I leave. All right. So he was the guy that, pushed the police to go to that one guy's gym, the Patriot, who basically let people continue to work out. and he sent agents or law enforcement to shut it down. They had big knockdown dragouts for like months. It was crazy, but it just goes to show you, the Democrats were the ones that really pushed it hard on us, and we should remember. And I think a lot of us do, because a lot of people don't like him. His numbers are really low as far as like, let's see if I can find them. Says, where is it? So come on, where are you? So anyway, he has a low approval rating, right? So I can't see the numbers in here because I read through this article and it was like, I thought it was up there in the top, but anyway, low approval. Is this it here? States film, up. Nope. So down in here. So Mikey Sherrill is following him. So he has low approval rating, right? And it is, they did a poll. He's got very low approval rating. What do you guys in New Jersey say, right? I'm pretty sure I got pretty much the conservatives here. So I'm sure you guys are like, F that guy. All right. So I say F that guy. I didn't even live in New Jersey. I think he's a total POS. But you guys are going to get another one. You're going to get another one. And more voter fraud, in my opinion, happened in New Jersey with the Democrats. All right. So let's look at Mikey Sherrill. She is a woman. You think that Mikey, she must be a guy. It sounds like a guy's name, but that's a woman. All right, she goes both ways, I guess. Anyway, New Jersey's race between Jack Ciattarelli, who was a favorite to win, and Mikey Sherrill has officially begun as early mail-in ballots. Now, President Trump is going to pass a law to do away with mail-in ballots, because we know that we're the only country in the world that does them. And we know if you have two brain cells that rub together, that is full of corruption. Even Jimmy Carter said that mail-in ballots were bad. Even Jimmy Carter. All right. So mail-in ballots were coming in, received across the street. The first absentee ballot report shows 998 requests from Democratic voters, only 173,000 from Republicans. And they had the biggest turnout ever. Sound familiar with all these mail-in ballots in some of these states where, they won against President Trump? Record numbers. There was more voters than there's people in the state in some of these places. All right, so I might be exaggerating, but I've heard that. I don't know. So, yeah, she won with the mail-in ballots. All right, corruption and another Democrat state, New Jersey, very, very bad. All right. I feel for the people of New Jersey because there's a lot of really good people there. I was there for quite a period of time. All right. So we have, a lot of other issues that are going on. Minnesota riders break into ICE vehicle locker. Now, this was last night. They had a traffic stop where there was a legal Venezuelan, probably a cartel guy, and he ran from the ICE agent, crashed his car and ran. The ICE agent chased him, tackled him, was trying to cuff him, and two people came out of a house with a broom and a ice shovel and started banging on him. So I guess the one guy who was trying to tackle got up. He shot him in the leg because he feared for his life. All these guys attacking him, and that stopped everything. So they all went into the house. Well, I guess probably all lived there, and they brought in a ICE detail, which basically went in and nabbed all these three idiots. And the one guy that was wounded is getting treatment. And I guess the ICE officer was also, hurt. And both of them are still in the hospital. So the Democrats there in Minneapolis, they blew up. The radicals came in. They started smashing the windows of ICE vehicles. They pulled out a box that had a rifle and ammunition in it. They broke it open and stole it. They ruined the cars. They smashed them. They spray painted them, and it's out of control there. So President Trump said, "You guys better figure this out real quick, or we're going to do an insurrection act on you guys." Right? So I think he's going to do the insurrection act. Now I've talked about this. I saw this coming like almost 5 years ago when we had the George Floyd riots. I said this is the beginning. We're going to have much worse. We're going to have cities that will burn. Big cities, big blue cities will burn in the future. I didn't know how long that would take, but here we are. This is the last holdout of the Democrats, guys, and they're going to do a civil war in their big cities. All right. So it's on. Civil war in the big cities. The Democrats are basically going to push it. All right. So this is where it's going to kick off. It's going to kick off in Minnesota, the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minnesota. I don't know how St. Paul's doing over there. I don't know. So it's across the river. Maybe they're doing okay there. Anybody in the chat? No? How you guys are doing over there in St. Paul? So we'll see. We'll find out. It'll probably spread. So let's look at this. So obviously some problems there. They've gone extreme. We don't have shootings from their side yet, but I think that's coming. We'll see what happens, because I think the Insurrection Act is going to get slammed on that city, and the Insurrection Act will probably get slammed on other cities going forward. All right, it won't be Insurrection Act across the country. It won't be. It's not needed, because 99% of our country is conservative, good morals, good values. And then you go to the big cities, and it's the corruption, back to the Civil War, back to the Revolutionary War, KKK, no voting rights for women, no voting rights for blacks. All right, part of the funding the communist revolution and the downfall of the not political, but the monarchy in Russia. All right. So Democrats suck, right? Suck bad. All right. So let's see what Megyn Kelly has to say. She doesn't have good words as well. So I like to get the feminine side come in and bash too. It's always good.
Here's what the radicals had to say about what they pulled out of the federal vehicle.
One of the ICE agent vehicles got broken into, and I found this paperwork. It has a list with FBI operation info. It's got full names of FBI agents, phone numbers, emails. There's maps on where they're staying, where they're holding immigrants. There's hotel names in there. There's judge names. This paperwork has people's full names and their emails.
And she's showing it all on camera. By the way, they did appear to get the weapons out of the weapons locker. Here it is in SOP 13A. Aided Minnesota and is harassing innocent victims. Those are lies, but he's telling them similar, different kind of fraud, frankly. So he's been all over the cameras. And last night he decided to hold a prime time address where things didn't go exactly as planned when he was speaking live. Check out the audio on this.
The federal government is raining down upon our communities.
What's happening in Minnesota?
2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota.
Don't do justice to the level
armed,
of chaos,
masked,
and disruption,
undertrained ICE agents
the federal
are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Agents of the federal government.
They're pulling over people.
Minnesota.
I don't even know what's happening. That's
including U.S. citizens.
Just for the viewers at home, this is what we can get out. This is what we call mixed minus in our ears as anchors, when like you're doing a live hit in the field and you're saying tonight at Andrews Air Force Base, the following, and then like 3 seconds after you say it, you hear in your ear tonight at Andrews Air Force Base, and it's nearly impossible to do. If you ever see a reporter rip the earpiece out of his or her ear. That's what's happening to them. It seems to have happened somehow on the live audio feed, which is a new issue. I've never seen that happen. I don't know what it was, but it was a disaster. They eventually figured it out, and then they posted the proper remarks on YouTube. And when we could finally understand Governor Walz, we heard some of the most inflammatory rhetoric about the feds from a sitting governor since like the Civil War. Take a look.
What's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos.
Since the Civil War. All right. So I'm not the only one onto this, guys.
And disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools.
Yeah, it's out of control. I mean, it disgusts me to listen to a moron like that. It disgusts me that he is in a political office. He should have been taken out already. So he's fomenting the Civil War in the community right now. All right, he's stirring them up. He's motivating them. He's talking it. Same thing with Bill and Hillary Clinton, who decided they're above the law and they don't have to testify before Congress. But, we saw several people that went to jail because during the, Biden administration that were conservatives that refused to go before Congress because it was all a shit show. And so they went to jail. So are we going to see the president and his lovely wife, Hillary, go to jail? Of course, I think both of them are gone. But anyway, are they going to go to jail? It's if they don't, we got some problems because everybody else has. All right, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Now, they're also calling. Both of those knuckleheads are calling for pretty much a civil war too. They're saying that our government under Trump is evil and that people need to strike back. Wow. So who's going to strike back? Not the people that live throughout America, 99% of America. It's only going to come from the big cities, guys. That's the only place where these guys have control and rule because they've dumbed everybody down. They pay everybody back. They bring in the illegal aliens, and that's how they stay in power. The mail-in ballot. So Trump is going to basically do away with mail-in ballots. So they have to fight. They have to motivate their base to fight us. All right. It's coming. It's coming. We've been talking about this for a while. All right. So Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, he basically invited a high school to come and protest ICE in the Capitol. Let's see what happens when you bring in radical high school students. That went well. So it's students are being radicalized. We know that. Now they have said that students don't have to come in; they can stay at home. The Democrats love that. Remember how they did that with and our students got dumbed down. All right. So here they are in Minneapolis. They're saying you can study from home because of all of this ICE stuff. It's so bad. So they're basically influencing the next generation too, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with this next generation. It's not good. It's not good. All right. And of course, the South Southern Democrats did this for many years. I resisted. All right. So I turned out okay. So, all right. So Trump announces February 1st cutoff of federal funds to sanctuary cities. President says cities shielding illegal aliens will no longer receive taxpayer money. So the funding for these these radical leftist Democrats that need to go bye-bye is coming, right? So in Minneapolis, they've stopped funding for a lot of the programs that the puppets of the Democrat Party, the Somalis, were using. All right, and who knows what's going to happen to all those people? Right, all that funding being cut off, like I showed, and I think it wasn't the last one, the one before, where President Trump put out basically a graph. A fraction of people are using welfare and getting money and benefits and so forth, but it's like almost the entire Somali community is getting paid. And how much does the Somali community work? Nothing, right? So they're stealing from American taxpayers on a massive scale. We're going to see this in a lot of Democrat cities. It's nothing new. Like I just showed you guys, it's been going on for decades and decades and decades, right? But now it's all coming to a head. All right. In Iran, we have the radicals are being shipped in. I guess they found a few Hamas and Hezbollah types, and they brought them in, and they're riding around. I've seen videos of where they're riding around the streets, and they're shooting, the Iranian citizens, and the leadership that's still there, that's not hiding in bunkers, has come out and said that we have people here that are terrorists. So you have millions of people on the street, and all those people are terrorists. Kind of sounds like the Revolutionary War, doesn't it? Right here in America. So the people of Iran are pushing back. Of course, there's some people very similar to Democrats, because the Democrat community basically supported this radical Islamist group to take charge and control in Iran. All right, Jimmy Carter. Thank you, Jimmy Carter. So the radical Democrats are causing problems around the world, and President Trump is cleaning all that up too. All right, and we can do it. We have the technology, we have the wherewithal, we have the motivated people like myself, all right, that are younger than me now, all right, that are imagine they're trying to decimate the military. Fortunately, we had very few people go into the military during this time frame, but now when President Trump was elected, from that point on, people started going into the military in a massive level. All right, so a lot of those people have only had like a year of training, but we still have a lot of people. We're bringing back the people that got pushed out because they wouldn't get the shot. So we're having a lot of success, and we'll continue to have success going forward. Now, I know this isn't a popular subject because I can see the numbers. Usually I have like 17 to 2,000 people that are joining me in this time frame. So, that's why, guys that are still listening, that's why we're going to go through these Democrat cities being destroyed, right? Because people don't listen. People don't understand. People don't want to understand, right? So we're going to go through it. We're going through it, right? It will happen. So be prepared. Stay away from the big cities. If you're living in the big cities, you got to have an out, guys. You got to have a way to get out, because it could go down quick in some of these big cities, and I think it will. Once a shitstorm starts, remember we heard for years the storm is coming. So this is it, right? And we've been told a lot of times this is it, but I think we all know this is it, right? And in America, just like Juan has talked about for years, we'll go through a near-death experience, right? So this is it. The near-death experience is coming to us from the Democrat Party, right? Courtesy of the Democrat Party, right? And some rhinos, right? All right, guys. It's gonna get shitty out there, but we can work together. Most of America is beautiful. Most of America will continue. The big cities, that's where they are. They're easily surrounded. And we'll go in and basically, blast the hell out of them in there, just like, we see in, I guess, the Civil War, where, they burned themselves in Atlanta and South Carolina, Columbia, and multiple other states, capitals. A lot of state capitals during the Revolutionary War were destroyed by the Democrats, right? So they didn't want the Republicans to have them, right? And they made it so that, Reconstruction took a long time. And during that time frame, they kept voting Democrats in to keep the problems going. And we're Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Last night I said that President Trump should, step up and do the airstrikes in Iran. And it looks like jets have launched to actually do that. So we know that there's, probably disinformation or, counter stuff that might be going on where they launch from like Qatar, which, some people have said, airbase, and they've basically evacuated and locked down the airbase to a great extent because they know once they do strike that Iran, the criminal, murderous Iranian Islamic regime will, send missiles all over the place. So I'm sure they're prepared to do that, but for that regime to be collapsed, which is the intent of the United States and probably most of the civilized world, would love to see that regime collapse because they are the perpetrators of most of the problems in the Middle East. Then you would see, that regime collapse. So they're, killing the people. There's a video out there of them, shooting people. There's body bags everywhere. Upwards of 20,000 have died. Some reports, so anywhere from 12 to 20,000. I've seen a lot of, video of, body bags all over the place. So it's definitely, getting out there that there's some problems out there. Now, I think that, we're going to see some significant air activity that's going on, probably for several days, maybe longer, maybe a week, 2 weeks at the most. But I firmly believe that this regime is on its last legs. You see here, there's lots of body bags. I've seen countless videos of, people walking the streets and body bags, quite a few people grieving and so forth. So that's definitely happening. That's not anything new for any, psychopathic regime, which basically from the moment that the Shah was deposed, the Shah basically went for surgery. And of course, we had the extremely corrupt Carter administration, which he's like Joe Biden. He was just a puppet. And they used him to basically do some very crazy stuff all over the world. He gave away the Panama Canal, which I think we lost like 37,000 people building the Panama Canal. It would equivalent of trillions of dollars in today's money, building the Panama Canal. It was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1, right? He was a bad man. Former military guy. How about that? Navy guy, sub guy. So not so good of a guy, right? One of the worst presidents ever until we got Joe Biden, who was now the worst president. So 2 Democrats, worst presidents ever in history, Joe Biden. And of course, we have probably some others lined up. Could have been Kamala Harris, could have been, the top contender. But as of right now, Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter. I mean, we could just go down the line, Roosevelt, and on and on and on, because we're finding out these people were extremely corrupt, right? Yes, Carter was an idiot, right? So unbelievable. Boy, he just really did a lot of harm for our country, many levels. It was good for him to go away. Remember, during his administration, We had crazy inflation. And of course, Joe Biden came in, we started having crazy inflation. God, what is it about those Democrats? Just want to destroy our country, right? And of course, we're seeing it, in other places like Minneapolis. The craziness there is just out of control. So now we have, they passed a law where the people of Minneapolis that work for Minneapolis or Minnesota, they can take paid leave with morale at all-time low. That's what the police are doing. In the time that where Minneapolis really needs the police, because they have all these crazy people that have descended on Minneapolis, like the George Floyd riot, and reports of 60 to 70 so far are turned in paperwork for Minnesota's new paid leave program. Did they come up with that new paid leave program just for this? Because we know that during the George Floyd riots, they tried to get rid of all their cops. Stupid, right? And then those that stuck around were, right? Maybe there were some still good people that, hung out and stayed. But for the most part, if you're going to work for a woke company or a woke government, you got to be woke. Otherwise, they're going to do away with you, push you out. So the new, leave program allows 20 weeks of paid leave for personnel or family. If there's reasons when, you need to, I don't know, your wife's going to have a baby or someone in your family's dying or something like that. 20 weeks. Geez. I remember when I was in the military, we got 4 weeks of paid vacation. I can't imagine 20 weeks. What the hell is going on there? Good God. Oh my God. Unbelievable. So it is just a shit show there in that Democrat hellhole. They need to get Tim Walz out of there. And that Fry guy, right? That soy boy Fry guy that's in the mayor spot, because both of them were there when they had the riots the last time. So the Democrat Party is trying to start a civil war. Absolutely. With all those knuckleheads that came out and said that disobey orders from the commander in chief, that they're unlawful. No, they're trying to seed a civil war. And these Ilhan Omar is saying that everybody should revolt, and they're trying to start it. We're like, no, we're not going to do your money and starve you out and, ship all your little minions back to their countries. So I guess there's like thousands and thousands, 6,000, I think I heard, every week they're sending out of America. It's good. And that's just a drop in a bucket, guys. They need a lot more going out. They need to triple, quadruple that number to get rid of these people out of our country. And I think that's happening. So in the meantime, while the Democrats are trying to destroy our country, we're going after Cuba, Mexico. We know we have a massive fleet that's down there in the Caribbean and off the Pacific Ocean along the coast of Mexico and some of those other countries down there. But I see Cuba very strongly probably will be one of the next countries. Now, look how surgical it was that we went in and took Maduro, and that was it. All right. Will they be more? Possibly, but it seems like, things are, I don't know what's going on down there, or deals being made. We're going to do this. And we get that really a lot of these countries, once real freedom, not like, all right, now that we've freed you, we have to get all this stuff from you. All right. I don't really think that's happening. It's just that we get, a decent shot at, what you got, we'll help you, build it up like we did last time in Venezuela, and they stole it. So I think that we're going to do that for a lot of countries. Cuba will be freed from its oppressive leadership, like Iran is about to be freed from their oppressive leadership. Same thing happened down in Venezuela. So things are like working themselves out. Same thing's going to happen in Mexico. We'll see, the cartels get hammered because, they're funding the Democrat Party and, child trafficking and drug trafficking and so forth. It's out of control. So the same thing in Brazil. Brazil is out of control. Take away their unelected leadership, Lula, and you're going to get Bolsonaro back probably, and he'll turn that country around. But the people have to, just like the Democrat Party here in America, the people down there in Brazil were subjected to extreme stupidity from their press and their judicial system, just like here. Very, very similar circumstance, like we're overcoming it, right? It's going to take time, but we're going to have to overcome it. And they're going to continue to try and play the Civil War card, right? Turn us against each other. It's not going to work out. So, yeah, I think that once we do hit Iran with surgical strikes, that'll give the people and the military that have taken leave, right? My relatives and the people that I love. And the same thing with the police force. They're not going to come in, and they're trying not to come in. And, do harm to their people, is for these people to basically seize those military arms and turn them against the bad guys, right? So it's almost like a civil war to a certain extent. But for us to help them, that's what we need to do. Now, there's been other times that we've done that in Afghanistan. We took out the Taliban, and then for some reason, it didn't stop there. It's like we basically let some evil group take over again in Afghanistan. And for 20 years, we fought in Afghanistan. It's absolute bullshit. They were doing illegal drug trafficking, guys, and also child trafficking. So there in Afghanistan, it's pretty bad. All right, pedophilia is way off the charts, and of course they have opium fields. So we had the military was guarding them. The DEA that was supposed to be cleaning all that up was basically kicked out of the country. Right on the other side of the border in Pakistan, they shut down their base. I saw them shut down their base. They had a big base, and they shut it down. So we know that the deep state got in control, right? So you had good people go in and clean house, and then the deep state took advantage of it, right? And that's what they normally do. So this time it's Greenland. Greenland will be part of the United States. I predict that. So will Canada. And now, will they be like states or territories? That remains to be seen. Kind of like maybe Puerto Rico type thing. And then just be, tied to the United States. So I think that they're having, is it Denmark or one of those countries that is, trying to say that they own Greenland, which is like stupid. And they're independent, but one of those countries over there, Norway, Denmark, one of those countries is bigger here, and it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. So and then you get somebody that's in Greenland is saying, no, we don't. We want to go with Norway or whatever country. NATO is not going to play if we go in and basically say, all right, we need to take this. We've been trying to do this for 70 years, something crazy, because it is strategically, Greenland is very important. And I think that once we do, take it into receivership or buy it or whatever President Trump is going to pull out, he's going to pull something out. Then from that point, things will go to a different level. Yeah, it's glitching a little bit. Let me see if I can shift it over to we'll shift it over to another source. Good. You guys know that phone service for Verizon, over half the country had their Verizon knocked off today. Wonder what's going on with that. All right, so hopefully that'll take care of things. So strangely glitchy when I start to reveal good stuff, all right? Because it basically goes through NSA. Everything that we do, our phone conversations, the internet, it all goes through NSA. And if there's something squirrely that goes through, they have AI and that's looking at everything, and they have probably controls, names, and things that are discussed. They'll like glitch it. So that's kind of what they do. And it used to be really bad. They'd like just take it off. All right, you just couldn't get anything out. You remember those days? So it has been cleaned up a little bit, but they still glitch it a little bit. And it could be because they are doing legitimately, searching for, keywords and so forth. And if they hear it, then it'll glitch a little bit. And that's what you see on some of my. We need Q phones. Yes, we need something. We need a whole new system. There is systems out there that are far more high speed than what we have. Your Verizon's good here. Janet, you're in New York, right? No, you're in Northern California. So it seems to be good here. I don't know anybody that has a problem, on the West Coast. Maybe it was just all East Coast because I have friends that are in Florida and so forth that had problems with it. So my Verizon been okay today so far. I'm in Northern Alabama. Okay. Yeah. Starlink is always good for me. It works really nice. Not always. I will admit that there have been times where they get to Starlink as well. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see going forward. But it seems like Texas out all day. All right. So Jersey Shore, Verizon working. All right. So we're getting some good MJ, my Verizon still out. You're in New York. Yep. Okay, Georgie girl. So it seems like certain places, South Texas, Florida, but somebody was in Alabama, South Alabama. No signal in South Alabama. Okay, Delaware Verizon out today. So it looks like an East Coast, mostly East Coast. Center of the country and to the east, perhaps. Anybody Iowa or mid country folk? How's your Verizon working out? So New Zealand glitching, even in New Zealand. Wow. Verizon working in Missouri. Okay, that's mid country. Colorado out for 2 hours. T-Mobile was out today. Wow, T-Mobile, another one. So I think we were going to get some stuff from the sun. So I think cosmic rays off the sun what did it. Yeah, you're right. So great boy. Good job. All right. So you're tapped in too. Great Bay. All right. So Great Bay, 1961. So that's there was definitely some sun activity, solar storms type stuff. That could impact, of course, when we talk about the a lot of the EMP. I don't think it's EMP. EMP, if you look at the sun, that's a possibility. Yes, EMPs from the sun. Sunburst really active. Yep. I'm in Portland and I didn't have any issues. Okay, good. Verizon Oregon, no Verizon Oregon. So wow, it's just like sketchy. Just different places. Pennsylvania affected today. All right. Seattle too. Solar flares, yes. So the solar flares basically can and will affect the core of the Earth, cosmic rays, gamma rays, and so forth. we're getting a lot of those because the sun activity is kind of going down, solar minimum. And so we're going to get a lot of that, and that will activate the earthquake activity, ramp it up again, possibly. So we'll have to watch. East Tennessee out. Wow. Had issues in Maine all day. So it sounds like the giant coronal hole or whatever, like really impacted the, it was spotty all over the country. In Michigan, you have it. So far, so good. Not in New York City, rural Maine, poor. So yeah, it's crazy how that works out. So thanks for everybody that shared all over the country. Wow, that's pretty quick. Even in other places around the world that seems to be glitching, and of course that's got to be solar activity. All right. In Vegas, it's fine. Okay. So yeah. When I say Oregon, Eugene, and the whole morning. So I am on Wi-Fi now. Okay. Good. No problems with Idaho. Good. Satellites in certain areas sounds like, yeah, possibly. Glitching that energy. New Orleans, fine. Good. Like that Creole, like the Creole sauce, right? On my, or the etouffee, and like the oysters there, and they used to be really good in New Orleans. Those big Gulf oysters. The last time I was cruising through there, it's been, God, I think like 5 years now. The oysters weren't so good. All right, so all of that stuff that's been leaking out into the Gulf made those oysters not so much good. Right? Maybe that's changed by now. No issues in Texas. Some places in Texas, I guess, but not everywhere. All right, so yeah, stand by for activity. South Carolina, no issues. All right, good. South Kakalaki, where I'm from, I was born and raised. I was bred like a thoroughbred horse in South Kakalaki. All right. All right. So I remember people were like, "Where were you bred at?" I was like, "Columbia, South Carolina." "Oh yeah, that's a good place to be bred." I was like, "Oh, okay." All right. So blue state flu. All right. I don't know, maybe. So then we got somebody else saying out in South Carolina and in North Carolina. From North Carolina. You're from North Carolina? North Carolina here? Okay, good. All right. Where are your parents from? They're both from Columbia, South Carolina. All right. So I was in Hawaii in 1977. Stefan Burns, Sunburst. All right. So he's putting that out. Okay. All right. So yeah, we got a lot of people that are going to be coming on in the next several days. They're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. All right. I got somebody maybe coming in talking about John Brennan. I was in CIA during John Brennan's time, and there was some very funky stuff that went on, and this guy's going to talk about it. All right. So he's got a book that's coming out, so that'll be interesting. Of course, we like to get information that is cutting edge, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. You guys been like really coming in and seeing a lot of the shows. The views are way up. So yes, hit new highs. Did it go all the way to 95? Did it pop again? So remember I said several days ago, if it went over a certain amount, $83, we would bounce around 85 to 95. So today I think it did go up to 94. But what it does, and what it's been doing, is popping significantly up. I think it was up over $7 today. Now you guys might remember I was saying that we're going to hit way back when it was $20, $30. I was saying someday we're going to hit, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's go for new predictions. Mike says that the Intuitive Mike. So Intuitive Mike says we will be hitting upwards of 25. All right, that's not coming soon, but we'll hit $10 days. But remember, when you go up 10, sometimes you go down 10. All right, so I don't think we're going to see as much of the down days now that we've basically burst past all of the control systems. We may see some more control, some selling to try and drive it down, as we move up to the $100 range, because I think once we go past 95, it's 100's there, right? And we may go past 95 tomorrow. It's silver's 92.45 ounce spot on APMEX right now. I used to buy a lot of silver from APMEX. I got a bunch of silver and back in the day, but I do almost all my stuff with Dr. Kirk Elliott and the someplace with safe, a vault, right? Depository in Texas. So and it's well guarded and insured. So I like it very much because I got a lot of it. And 161 an ounce in New Zealand, really? Is that New Zealand dollars? What does that translate to, Georgie King, to dollars? That's what do you guys think? What's a New Zealand? What's a New Zealand currency, right? what do you call it? I have to look it up. New Zealand currency. Uh, 0.57 New Zealand dollar. So how much is 100 New Zealand in the US? It's $57. So a little bit of, 161 an ounce. It's up there. All right. So in a lot of places, like China, it went up to, I think, 104 or 105 today. So our dollars got to catch up, or our silver's got to catch up. So I think we're going to see probably next week 100, and by the end of the month, I think we're going to hit 112 to 100. I'm really reaching out there, but it's possible to see 125 by the end of this month. So now the other prediction that I have is that we're going to hit way up to 250 by the middle of this year, and 500 by the end of the year. So those are going to be like fluid. I think that we may see 309 by the mid-year, and then a pullback, a little bit of a pullback. That'll you're going to have that. You're going to have crazy ups like we're having right now. Then it's going to go down and sideways, make a flag. That's what gold and silver and platinum and all the other, I see flags, bull flags. And a bull flag basically is it goes down and then up and then down and then up and down, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then boom, it takes off again. So I think that we're going to see the last time I saw a flag in gold, which I'm seeing, which we basically broken higher. The bull flag has basically been broken in gold. We're probably going to see 5,300 in gold within the next couple of months. 5,300, and like I said, $150 silver and 175, I think, in the next couple of months, and then it's going to keep going. Now, a lot of this stuff is because there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and people look for the safety of precious metals. You guys remember when platinum used to be more than gold? The last 2011, platinum was more than gold, worth more than gold, and so I think we're going to see platinum go up another $1,000 from where it's at right now. So it'll hit like the $3,300 level within the next couple months. It's also got a bull flag. So a lot of these are online jewelry channels are taking a beating. No one can afford anything. But when they do, they're making a killing. So that's a good thing. I'm getting like whited out, too much light. So I think we're going to see U.S. Mint halted all sales today. That's right. Lil Kali, is that your name? Lil Kali. Right. Lil Kali 77. That's cute. right? Or if you're a guy, that's a tough name, whatever. I like collies. I had a collie when I was a kid. That's a great dog. And I don't know that may be your name, so not throwing any shame at you or anything. So U.S. is dead. BRICS will dominate in a multipolar war. Check Simon Dixon for predictions. They're definitely leaning on America hard, no doubt about it. But I think Trump will prevail. Trump and team. It's 110 on APMEX. It says 92, but goes up when you purchase. Yes, it's Actaxis, maybe. I don't know. Yep. I remember back in the day getting the 500 coin monster box for like under 20 grand. Those days are long gone, and they won't be back maybe ever. I don't know. So yeah, well over 100 ounce too. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be over 100 ounce. Silver Eagle 105 and Silver Maples 110 now online. Wow, big banks caught billions shorting on silver certificates. Now this is why I'm nigga rich. All right, yeah, definitely. A lot of us that you guys have been watching me. You guys are like happy, very happy. And so silver's made a lot of us very wealthy, and that's going to continue. So where mine is right now, I think it's going to quadruple this year, and yours, all right, unless you sell it. So probably a quadrupling. So I'm predicting 500 at the end of the year. If we're hitting almost 100, that's 4 times more, quadruple. All right, so just whatever you got now, just do what it is to more. So next year, I think it's going to go up to over 1,000. So long-term holdings. Now, if you sell, you go to toilet paper money, which is the dollar. Then you're not going to make out so good. So don't do that. All right. Unless you go into some type of asset, you're buying a car, pay for cash, get out of debt. That's good. Or, buy a house. You're putting it into something that's good. I think that's, long-term that could work out for you. But you don't want to sell all. It's like I'm going to buy a Ferrari. I'm going to sell all my silver, buy a Ferrari. Maybe not that good. Maybe, pay cash for something, like I don't know, Range Rover or something like that. That's good. High-end Range Rover. But you get them for like 100 grand. And if the Sport, they're great cars. I've got one. Fantastic car. I've had it like 4 years. No issues with it whatsoever. So looking to maybe sometime this year, upgrade to something else. It's had it for a little bit. So you hold them, they get a little old and start to get problems, right? But this has been a great car. Range Rovers used to be a pain in the ass, but now the one I've got is like unbelievable. It's the best car I've ever had. So yeah.